making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of Passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zest, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A flawless win.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the Grand Finals. It's Gold!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
The road to IEM Chengdu has been paved, but which teams will drive towards it? It's a South American closed qualifiers, teams from their region trying to go international and take down some of the top dogs in all of Counter-Strike. I'm Phi, I'm joined by Colt X and McHenry. It starts here.
It's good to be back. It's fantastic to be back here kicking off some of this action. Really looking forward to seeing how things are rolling out here in IEM Chengdu. Of course, looking forward to seeing some of these teams get to work and look to lock themselves in a qualification spot.
Yeah, absolutely. We have 4 teams, a couple coming in from those open qualifiers, as well as some stacked lineups like MIBR competing within this bracket. It is going to be really tough to take down probably the top team in all of Brazil competing against this, but you know, there's been some falters in the past here from MIBR. But let's take a look at the full-on bracket to see what we are looking at here for this closed qualifiers. We have 2 days of action ahead of us, and again, it's more of a race to see who is going to upset MIBR.
Yeah, no question about it there. Looking forward to seeing who's going to be able to lock in that position, right? Who's going to be challenging this roster who's been putting in so much work heading into this player break, and I imagine heading into these events with all of the things to look forward to here in 2024. I mean, there's no question that MIB are a roster that works incredibly hard. They're going to be setting their sights on, what they can get done here with the potential of the future, and especially locking in this IEM qualification here. It's going to be of the utmost importance for these guys.
Yeah, their challengers are Sharks, Red Cannons, and 9Z. All coming off of the player break, not making sweeping changes. You know, we're just coming off of the back of the winter player break, you know, just wrapping up the last ESL events. MIBR haven't played a single official in over a month. It's all about shaking off the rust here and making sure that they can stay in form.
Yeah, no question about it. We're looking at a bunch of rosters that are looking to stay in form here. Again, we're talking about shaking off that rust. Luckily for Sharks, they were able to do so by playing in some of those open qualifier games. But I think all of these teams, we've heard a lot of different rosters here all over the world, kind of starting things off early because of the necessity. You've got RMR, or rather open qualifiers for the RMRs coming up. You got closed qualifiers getting ready to kick off. So a lot of these rosters have just been putting in so much work, so I don't think we're going to see rosters come into this looking rusty, looking like they haven't played too much Counter-Strike, because that is just not true.
Yeah, I mean, you're correct. We don't see what's happening behind the scenes, the scrims, the practice sessions. Of course, this is all in the shadow of the major that is also coming up as well, because the RMR closed qualifiers for South America are happening right after this tournament wraps up here. So these teams are also looking for that running start to get their season going.
Yeah, no question about it, and we're going to get to see that pretty quickly here. Again, I mean, MIBR coming into this one, you mentioned it earlier, clear favorites for this bracket, but you also have got to look at some of the other rosters. We have Sharks who have stuck together for quite some time. Red Cannons who have been building up a really cool project. They have an incredibly strong core, and those 2 players that have been sliding in place, trying to really lock in some deep runs here, have been really impressive. And so I'm looking forward to seeing what those guys can do, and of course 9Z as well, to top things off with some young guns like House OP, who has been clearly impressing his name on the scene, as well as bringing in a player like Martinez, which was, I think, a big surprise.
Yeah, I think a lot of people were not expecting kind of the franchise player in Tried to step down from 9Z. Martinez picks up the mantle, and he has yet to play his first official. He'll be doing that down on the secondary stream between himself and Red Canids. But taking a look at MIBR versus Sharks, and honestly, obviously MIBR are the favorites in this one just because of the explosive nature of their lineup, but you can't underestimate Sharks. This is not the first time MIBR have played this team in a closed qualifier.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, not the first time. Last time that they played against them, they did get the win, but in that first matchup, they took a tough loss. It was a really rough game for them. It was a team that had to close out a tough day of Counter-Strike. If you remember how that Jönköping qualifier went, they lost to Sharks to send them into the lower bracket, and then they had to play 9Z, I believe, with a coach at the time, TGE, and almost lost to them as well. So it was a huge problem for this roster trying to qualify. But that next day, whatever was said in between those breaks, it was just enough to keep them alive, and they ended up closing out a pretty confident finisher from that point forward.
Yeah, and even then at Jönköping, they had a pretty convincing performance. You know, able to pull off a little bit of an upset win, but then fell to Eternal Fire in the quarterfinals. So obviously, MIBR are a threatening team. I think you had an interview with Safe that said, you know, he hasn't played more Counter-Strike in his entire playing career. They were exhausted after that previous season. A full, you know, they relocated to Europe to get all of that experience. And so now, well, you have to bring that all to fruition here when it's leading up to the major, leading up to IEM Chengdu.
Yeah, I mean, talking about the second half of that last year, I think MIBR spent a majority of it in Europe, occasionally coming back for some South American qualifiers, but that's going to lead them to bring in, I think, a certain floor that should be kept in mind here. They're going to be bringing in a lot of that experience that has been put constantly in that practice. They've been testing some of the top rosters that we have right now, and in doing so, they've been putting up some really good results. So it does leave a lot to be excited about here, considering that fact for MIBR. But of course, like you said here, Sharks on the other end, they have some consistency. They have that reliability and a roster that has stuck together for quite some time, and is looking to, you know, what Sharks do so well is always bring in new names, bring in some good firepower once, you know, their players move on to other projects. So I think they've done that very well. But again, they're going to need something to spark this resurgence.
Yeah, and it would have to be Doc, right? Just being the explosive factor here for Sharks, probably the one person who powered the team when they did win. But that was a couple, you know, months ago at this point. That was the Wild West of CS2, a different era of Counter-Strike back then for Sharks, and MIBR are certainly a different team in these past 3 months. Let's take a look just quickly, breaking down the veto here. We will be landing on Mirage, Nuke, and then Ancient as well. I mean, I think we were kind of talking about this when we saw these vetoes pop up. I think the thing that caught me off guard the most was the banning of Vertigo from Sharks.
Yeah, it was a bit of a surprise here. I feel like Sharks, the one thing they need to do to kind of level up their game is expand that map pool just a little bit, get more comfort on some other maps, and I think maybe that's what they've been doing in this time breaks, because like you said, you know, the vetoes here, it might come as a bit of a surprise that they're willing to instantly get into a Vertigo ban here. I think MIBR is a strong team on Vertigo, but of course we are ready to kick things off here. We are ready to hop on into the action, so I'm really looking forward to seeing what this roster in the likes of Sharks can do up against this MIBR roster. If they can get another upset victory, we'll have to wait and find out here as we start off a pistol round here, looking to get pretty quick into the action as well.
Yeah, this is going to be a little surprise pick here from Sharks, but let's see how they can shake off the rust here in the player break. Can they bring the fight to MIBR? Kicking off the pistol here, looking towards an A-side pop, but exit pop through the smoke. There goes RDN. There's one right back door from Tongs, and entry into the A-site. Drop in trouble, back silo, still good for one, and support from Insani actually from up top. That's a double kill. Rotates from Safe as well. MIBR clean up that A-site.
That's some sharp shooting right there. Very quick headshots out of Insani up there in heaven, and Safe following up as well. Very impressive stuff out of the gates there for MIBR. Tough to handle that Sharks execute on that A-bomb site. You saw a lot of utility, a lot of pressure, but they had the right resources to hold off against that. I mean, one thing to note here, Nuke was a really good map for Sharks last time they played up against MIBR. I think the core for me was, like you said, Doc on this T side. cracking open a lot of these bomb sites and doing really effective entry work, but also on that defense, having Gafolo as a fluid rotating player there, it's going to be absolutely necessary that he brings that same energy into this Shark side of things.
Yeah, Gafolo's been a really interesting player, at least when he was developing for Sharks. He certainly had a shaky start to his time with Sharks. He had to travel to Europe, play a bunch of these Tier 2 events. We're going to see Safe go for an aggressive play here and pick up said Gafolo. But I think he's definitely developed over time with Sharks, and I think the biggest thing that I saw... Hi there, Safe. Some fun and games here down in lobby, as there will be the cleanup crew outside. But Sharks didn't change their lineup at all throughout this player break.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's kind of setting their sights on some consistency, which is something you're going to need here. There's a really quick start to this year. We're getting right into some of the, major qualification action, and in doing so, you want to make sure that you're heading into that with a foundation, because a lot of rosters... a massive shuffle. We saw that kind of before the player break happened. But now getting into things like we are seeing some shifts here, and I think that's going to give Sharks an advantage, not only in this qualifier, but also having that stability here with those major qualifiers coming up.
Yeah, definitely want to you want to keep consistency. You don't want to make any last-second changes for the most
100%.
Important tournament of the year. So let's see this outside cross here from Sharks. Taps through the smoke. Tags, decent damage, but no kills. Very close, though.
You really having them right there. Exit doing so much damage right there on the edge of that smoke, taking 2 players down to half. But they already have the quick rotations here, finding themselves in a good spot. Bryn is in, very nicely repositioning himself and getting that smoke down. So valuable time bought off the clock right now to force this default to wait things out and get into a more comfortable position. We'll see if there's any info gathering coming through, if they're happy with this sort of stability.
Oh, he hears the singe of the molly, surely, right? And he's gonna bring a reload. Just giving a lot of sound cues away to Sharks right now.
Here's that info gathering from Drop, kind of posting himself in towards Hut. These rotations are so strong right now. It feels like at the moment Sharks are kind of locked out looking in.
Whoa, boy. It gets very close, though. They're gonna try and break through. Branson does not go down to the entry of Doc. But that allows Sharks to slink into control. Extra squeeze being put onto this B site, but Exit walks forward. He did see the barrel of Doc, though, and he'll go down to Brennan, who just simply takes the fight. 15 seconds remaining to get that bomb planted, and a huge rotate awaits here on towards this B site, but DRG, massive kill. That gives entry in towards the A site, or does it? Because the players fly up the vents right into Drop. No time on the clock, and a triple kill from the MP9.
Oh my god, I didn't realize that Drop was in the perfect place to shut that thing down. It was a really good idea, that late reaction coming through from Sharks to find himself dead to Drop right there in a perfect position from that squeaky door, making sure that they can't get that last second rotation on in with the bomb, because that A bomb set was clear. But again, that's MIBR finding themselves in such a valuable position. As you can see that they're always proactive there. They get those great rotations and great time buying measures from Brennison as they get down secret. They have so much more around that play right there. They have Safe boosted up, I believe, over towards ramp room. They've got Drop crunching in towards lobby. So MIBR suffocating the offense here pretty effectively.
Yeah, really good understanding of the map control there. But now, faster play from Sharks. Who needs map control? Just get the frags, and that's all for MIBR right now. Just a lockdown hold there. Completely flawless on the A side again.
And Sonny underhanding the HE. It actually just did damage for him right there. Trying to blow that smoke open and cut things off early, but able to find even extra right there. Fantastic. Little managing of the Tech 9 rush on that A side, which can be very difficult to handle, but MIBR keeping their distance quite nicely. We're back to the gun rounds here once again. So we'll see if Sharks can bypass this quick reaction and quick rotations that they have.
So faster outside from MIBR, a bit of a switch up. And same goes here for Sharks. This is going to be a bit of a train crash here. Smokes everywhere, but Doc finds that entry kill onto Insani in Garage. A little boost action. And even more players around the smoke. They all get cleared.
So well prepped right there for that countermeasure. MIBR throw everything at the offense, and they fight back so effectively. Like you said, the boost, but also the smoke spam, making sure that they don't get caught off guard. And it was supposed to be a wrench in the system of Sharks, but it seemed like they were so prepared for that.
Yeah, I guess being able to pick off each part of that setup player by player. You know, MIBR hoping to fight together in that situation, but you know, you have Insani pick back garage, and then the close player only goes 1 for 1. Safe can't find anything between the smokes, and you're cooked. Would you call that unfortunate? Or would you call that a Sharks read?
Yeah, I don't know, because I can't imagine how much reads they would have here coming off the play break, but maybe that's something that Sharks are prepared for. They've seen it done in some games, and MIBR trying to keep that pressure on them. But, again, the way that they played that, the last player, it was Safe who was spammed straight on the edge of that smoke. If you're expecting 3 to press you like that, and you're spamming a smoke to make sure that you deal with the last player, I'd have to say that's a read, right?
Yeah, understanding what your opponent is trying to do in that situation.
You gonna go for a late retake?
Oh, I mean, you know how Counter-Strike 2 works, but there's no smoke.
Just have to... just a molly?
Flashing. Oh, nice out, unfortunately.
Wait.
Super
okay,
close.
no, good.
Yeah, a great attempt, though. You see that molly go in towards Hut as well to try and stop potential players from running on through, and unfortunately, he'll get sent flying from the bomb. Good effort, though, from MIBR. They got plenty of cash.
Yeah, they do have a lot of money. That's the best part about that. I love that idea. It's a little bit unfortunate that Drop couldn't make the escape. It's a little bit unfortunate that he went down to the bomb there. That does so much damage nowadays. But again, like the idea. I think that's one of those things you can only do once a half. And now they're going to be expecting it. But DRG, really great on him to make sure that he's keeping his team safe in that sort of position. A lot of credit there.
Sharks going to assemble the default, but MIBR already looking to break that. First it was outside control, now we want to pressure trophy room. Safe gonna pop the shadow, and he will get the trade onto Brennan. Gonna keep pushing forward for that lobby control. Really aggressive here from MIBR.
Look at this, Doc taking that time here, knows that there's some weakness in the map right now, and is gonna wrap his way all the way over towards Hell, completely silent and completely confident that he can make this sort of play right now, and he is so right in doing so. So from this sort of position, I don't know how on earth if you're in MIBR, you're ever expecting this.
Oh, Safe is starting to. Obviously, this slow walk outside is a big threat, but like the problem
watching
is the
Heaven
bomb
too.
Yeah, the bomb's in lobby though. That is the real issue here. So as Sharks move on through, are they gonna backstab Safe? Oh, Safe's in huge trouble right now. DRG walking for. Oh, this could just be a knife kill, but probably just gonna be the headshot. Oh, he turns around and meets his maker. Safe goes down, and that should be the ramp room established here. RDN will be able to make Safe escape. I say that, almost loses the bomb there. And there's an even bigger problem down here. Exit has also arrived in rotation. This bomb could get cut off before it even makes it to the site. This entry has to be clean, but RDN will just slip underneath his nose.
Oh, no.
Or will he? Jumps up top. There goes the bomb carrier. Exit could make the round happen. At least a trade from DRG, but more players are in position. Double doors are pushing through the single door as well. Insani can't win his fight, though. Doc, an immense double kill to keep Sharks in it.
My god, just pure chaos right there. So many things could have gone wrong, but the Sharks are able to fight back with a couple nice shots. Some quick trades is all that they needed to get that job done. And a panic. But again, that's some great presence of mind there. That's Sharks realizing what opportunities they have on the map and capitalizing on it perfectly. They're able to take that space towards Hell once they know the lobby crunch is rolling on through, so some of the reasons as to why this roster looks so comfortable on this map, why they picked into it out of the gates, and you know, even why they were able to get a great little victory in that last qualifier neon shipping on this map.
Yeah, just really good confidence in the map movements is what I will say. Out of Sharks, you know, just not second guessing the call. Ooh, but a great angle from Exit. So, no map control, you know, contact walking everywhere. Exit holds the line for the kill.
himself in a position where he kind of needs to get some support there. That smoke's gonna buy him a little bit of extra grace, some extra time here towards that outer yard. And honestly, I don't know if the rest of them might be are all that too interested in helping out here. They might just post up on these angles. You can see Safe has all of Secret cut off as well.
Now Insani goes for the jiggle beat. Exit goes for his 1-for-1. Brent is up top in heaven. Very awkward fight. Doesn't really want to take it so much. And him being gone might allow a timing for RDN. 35 seconds to make the decision, and it looks like the finish is in towards this A site. Togs is going to start clearing the close angles, start to isolate these potential positions. And surely he can expect to drop this one, but a great crossfire between him and Insani and Brennison. The trifecta here on the A site again for MIBR.
That is just impossible to break through right there. There's no way you're getting through a crossfire like that. Both players kind of clearing out that opposite vent and not able to get the job done. Of course, that's a great hold coming through from MIBR. And again, Exit there doing a lot of work and threatening that outer yard. I felt like the presence that he was able to bring, the amount of time that, you know, just forced Sharks to kind of sit outside, wait those smokes out, and let them fade away eventually. It just created so much concern there. Faster play it could be, though. Down the vents potentially, and Doc is able to get himself outside of Squeaky at least.
Yeah, oh, and a pop blast through, but able to find safety. And Sonic gets the double kill still. In such an impossible position, but his teammate in Exit cannot hold the line. 2 versus 3, and then Safe falls next. Brennison fast on the flank, but read into here by Gafolo. He needs the clutch. He'll get the first kill, knows where the bomb planter is as well, but has to try and toy with the position and the attention here of Sharks.
Gonna take a little bit here. Gonna make his way out of the squeaky door and try and find these kills quickly. Oh, just off the timing though, Togs is gonna peek.
Tough beats there for Brennison. A good attempt there, but also a pace change there from Sharks.
Seeing a decent little pace change. That's a great idea from Sharks as well. The utility usage right there rolls on out. Did catch Insani off quite a bit, but still looks so impressive on the hold. And then Insani didn't really have a lot of support in terms of firepower, so great trades from the Sharks, and finally forcing an eco here from MIBR after they had 10k at the beginning, you know, when they were up 0-4. Look at these smokes. One landed over there, I think on the bottom of Heaven. One over towards Mini, so on an eco, you know, if you're going up against like 5.7s USPs, there's not a lot that you really have to look at here.
There's simply no chance right now for MIBR. Just being super procedural, methodical. Of course, Sharks don't necessarily know what they're playing against, but seeing how quiet the map is, they might be able to assume that this is just the full eco. Take a little fall there from Doc. No big deal, though. No one's here on this A site, so easy plant for Sharks. You know, really moving with confidence. They had a little bit of a running start with that open qualifier. It was just pretty clean from their point.
Yeah, the run that they went on, the you know, wins in a row versus some tough teams, right? I mean, no easy feat making it through the open qualifiers with the rosters that they had to take on. Victory over Payne, who is a roster that's obviously gone through a lot of changes, but still impressive. Bestia, a big victory over them, so there's some confidence in them as they head into this one. Just getting everybody.
Just imagine they had a kit. Oh boy.
Nice idea again.
Sharks were miles away, but it didn't work.
Yeah, you need to have the kit there, but that would have been such a cool idea. That might be something that MIBR keep in their back pocket there. You know, get one kit, go for saves like that. You could have yourself a little bit of success. They're really forcing that, man. It has to feel so awkward for Sharks leaving a bomb site, because this nuke bomb does unreal damage. So you have to run away pretty early, as you can see from that last one. They got the op back in Safe's hands.
It's become like a real meta-defining play to go for that, try and take some guns away from the T side and maybe, just maybe, steal around. You know, Cole, if you don't plant the bomb, you can't get ninja defused. So you should always go for round wins by elimination. Oh my god. The laser beam through the smoke there from Drop.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, got the traces there and just instantly returns the favor. Want to be spamming that smoke for too long, you get caught. A little bit of damage in return. That is a great way to start a round right there. Finding yourself in the 4v5. A little bit of comfort here. But even in these sort of positions, the Sharks have been able to, you know, sort their way around these tough spots here. So we'll see if they can replicate that success here. More spam attempted here to try and force some pressure. And Sadi's going to make the drop, so that's commitment to this A-hold for him.
Yeah, but you also have Exit covering off the mini position. Doc seems like he's going to slow clear this one, however.
This timing.
Exit steps forward, moves between the angles, a jiggle peek there. Oh, now it's a real game, and well, Exit will be able to win it. Just barely. 3 versus 5. These entries must be Shark. Molly in towards the vents, but a drop is still good for a kill. That is brutal here for Sharks to deal with. Now having to clear 2 more site defenders. So back of it, has to readjust, and he does. Flawless on DRG, and RDN now position noted. And only 10 seconds remaining. Just completely locked out of this one. And a flying MP9 from the back lines will be able to take him down. 6-4 MIBR.
Well done right there. Great stuff from Drop. Goes down swinging here. 13-4 for this guy. I mean, talking a little bit about what he's brought to the table. Obviously, a part of that duo that left Furia and the big roster moves that took place heading into the beginning of last season. And again, a piece that I don't think too many people had some concerns with. I mean, I felt like he did his job incredibly well on that Furia roster, and maybe not perfect, but you can see in these sort of positions where he's left with fire and flames heading his way, he's able to hold it incredibly steady. And right now, I mean, playing over towards that A side, finding consistent output at 13-4 is super impressive.
Elevated angle from Exit, though, inside of Sacred. And tested the first, the second. Oh, yeah, let's go for Exit. It is, that is so crisp.
Instant headshots, instant dismissal of 2 here. There's a little gap in that window right there that Safe is trying to play off of, and now more gaps off the smokes. Constantly trying to work these angles here. Gonna get tested by Gafolo.
And, I mean, some jumping angles there. Just a second too late, perhaps, there for Gafolo, but still a disadvantage for Sharks. But map control is in their favor.
Very wise from Safe not to re-up on that angle after getting the flash. You know that likely is an op heading your way, posted up once you flash off those line. All 3 players remaining here towards that outer yard, and we're talking 40 seconds left. Right now, you're seeing a proactive move from MIBR to take that lobby control, and they're going to have a decent read on this sort of situation. And Sonny going to keep the jump spots, but going to have to reveal himself soon.
Still isolating parts of the map here. Gafolo, oh, now is spotted, but that just gives him a timing to fly in towards the double doors. And Sonny doesn't want to fly out and challenge himself. No, he's going to wait for teammates, and it works out well. DRG falls. And now having to aggress, take more control here with the op of all weapons. And it works for Gafolo, but the plant gets stopped by Insani. And that leaves no time here for the op to get anything done. It's 7 rounds now for MIBR. After some, you know, wild rounds, Gafolo will hold on to this AWP. 3 kills on the round, no matter. But MIBR are finding ways to stabilize.
They are here. If they can close out with an 8-4, they'd be very happy with the end results. Although, again, Sharks, they showed us something quite nice. They showed us that they have the reactions here to manage versus some of the pressure that Sharks are placing, or that MIB are placing on them. We've got one last round to determine that here, and with it, DRG taking the sacrifice. He's got himself only a Glock right now, but hoping that Gafolo can do some of the heavy lifting for his squad at the moment.
Maybe just a chance, you know. I always like the strat of send that op going forward. If I die, someone else pick up the op and try to use it as well.
Everyone just try and pick it up. Everyone try their luck. Looks like they might speed it over and towards this A side. You don't see that much utility left, though. You don't see any Molotovs left for this execute, so they're gonna have to make it work on, you know, flash plays and a single smoke, which is just not easy at all.
And you have an armorless Glock trying to just, pick up the pieces afterward. It's not looking bright for Sharks. Gafolo is searching for that pick. Could get things going, but another smoke into Squeaky is going to call that one off. And now time becomes an issue here for Sharks.
Again, time going to be pressuring this roster here, and you do see a sacrifice of this ramp control, but that's something that MIBR are very willing to do. They're going to take another 15 or so seconds to even choose a bomb site to try and take that ramp control. Valuable time bought off the clock. One flash to try and sell the fake, but they've just been met by a molly over towards that A side. They still have utility left.
Oh, brutal. It's a 3-man setup at 20 seconds on the round.
Molly?
Oh my goodness. It is just... It's brutal. What are you supposed to do? It's the last round of the half, guys. We can't save. We have 10 seconds to get that bomb planted now. Like 5, 4, 3, and this round is going to end by time or elimination. MIBR are probably going to bring it to bear just by elimination here. Gafolo getting flanked in from the vents, but it doesn't even matter. MIBR 8-4 with some really dominant rounds towards the end. We're going to put this one to a break. With 2 of Shark's rounds being won, just being full ecos, you gotta say that is a really strong CT side from MIBR. But we are straight into this pistol round and straight back to winning ways. As Insani, what has just happened here on this A site? Insani almost goes for 4. And you can't even break down what just happened in the previous half because we're in the here and now. MIBR are up a pistol round as well.
Yeah, you better be ready for that right there. You better get ready for what Zani just threw at you, running out of squeaky door like that. What a way to kick off this half, and a real statement from an explosive player like this guy out of the gates. That just puts a real damper in the mood there of Sharks, whatever was said in that halftime break. You know, getting prepared for the second half. Your CT side of Nuke, that can build a lot of energy if you're able to string some rounds together, if you're able to get off to a nice pistol round start, but that was never given to you.
That's just such a gutting round because it just ends in the first like 10 seconds. Now full eco rush outside. Brenison puts up the clothesline and sends a couple packing, calls in for backup as well. Safe doesn't even get any action with his Mac 10. Sadly for him, he will get one at the end of it. 600 bucks pocketed, but 10 rounds for MIBR and just lightning rounds.
That's good to see from Insani right there. Build up a lot of confidence right now. Again, a key player for this roster. A lot of eyeballs on him, a lot of excitement around this guy. And it's another just, you know, proof of concept of MIBR and their ability to bring up, I mean, talent. We talked about it from the Shark side of things, but talking about what MIBR has done here, I mean, an academy move up there, which, you know, watching him in some other events, I watched him in a lot of like play-ins when MIBR Academy would play that. And I was super impressed with what he's able to do, but I didn't think, you know, he was going to be able to make this much of a dent, this much of a statement in the South American scene. But my God, has he ever delivered since getting the promotion?
Yeah, I mean, he was one of the players that we had some questions about. Like, he was never fragging like this in the academy squad. Oh my goodness, this guy just turned out to be such untapped potential for MIVR, and he's been able to utilize it on this team so much. So we have a little bit of a desperation buy from Sharks. Just zero utility, all firepower, and it works out for a kill. Branson decides to walk through the mini smoke, trying to hit a timing, but maybe that's the information MIBR wanted. They're gonna fly into ramp and deal with Togs. They got a 4-on-4 and tons of space, but one more challenger in front of them. Gafolo now gonna get pincered from both angles. This is a brutal spot to be in. He'll go down easy, and the rotate arrives. That gets deleted too. And Sharks are certainly on the back foot. RDN just next on the chopping block, and just like that, it is Sharks staring down a 1 versus 4, and MIBR to run away with their own map pick.
Sick, gonna run him down as well. Sidearm whipped out. Just enough in the tank right there. Can Doc escape? He's making it.
No, he's
but
running.
He's got a couple things to work out.
It's a wild goose chase, Doc. Oh my goodness, is he gonna go back down the vents? No way. Okay, no, he's just gonna go run through Squeaky to spawn and find an alternate way to save. But a wild goose chase there for Doc in that very moment. But MIBR just give Sharks a thrashing in that round.
Yeah, what a statement right there. Drop and exit, finding such good entries right there. And Sonny as well, playing very good to deal with Gafolo. That angle, incredibly awkward. But the way that MIBR, they just do a little bit of a brief pause. They kind of jiggle. They make sure that their utility's down before they ever hit that lower sight. And when they do that, they get Gafolo kind of off foot. And they're just so perfectly read in by MIBR. And so explosive as well. You see one fight taken, it doesn't go in MIBR's way. And so, in the interim, you know, without that outer yard control, MIBR know that they need to take space elsewhere. And they just do not hesitate at all. And honestly, I gotta say, that's a credit to Drop and his space creation.
Yeah, like, Drop able to make things work. Now Togs up close, and he's just gonna get run down, deleted immediately. When you don't have utility, you just can't stop these rushes. Gafolo to fly through his smoke. He's about to get blasted by Brandison. 3 versus 5 already here, just unwinnable. You can just see the desperation right now in Sharks. It's these 4 spies basically coming through. No utility, no mollies to stop these plays.
So overwhelming right there. The whole roster's got eyes on you right now. There's just no safety in this. In desperate times, call for desperate measures. Maybe DRG can bail them out as well as Doc.
Oh, but it's just simply not enough. 1 for 1, simply no good. And Drop cleans up the last for 12-4. MIBR have rolled out the bulldozer on this map.
Yeah, and honestly, it's a bit of a shame here because I had mentioned to see the stability in the CT side. We wanted to get Gafolo's op out. Last time they got a win on MIBR on nuke. It looked like Gafola was able to do so much work on the defense, constantly finding opening duels, constantly pressuring this MIBR default, but it's just not going to be the opportunity to see that with the sort of lead, with the pistol success. That he's not going to be able to bring one out unless they start stabilizing right here and right now.
And again, it's another desperation buy where at the minute 35 mark, 20 seconds into the round, there are 3 grenades across 5 players. Just simply no ability to fight for map control. It again has to be gunfight, and DRG will be handed one and wins one. Any other challengers on the way? Safe hesitating a little bit here. Sharks might have a lifeline.
Need it. Again, they need to find some stability here, but Insani rips one right back there, long range. Able to deal with it. A little jiggle out of heaven as well. Gafola goes for seconds and gets punished.
Oh my goodness. Brutal shot being landed right now from MIBR to an insane headshot from across the map from
a split second on the jiggle right there, and he's done.
Yeah, there's like no chance for a mistake here. You can't get anything for free against this team. And oh my goodness. Okay, DRG does readjust. At least has a double kill on this round, but that's more information for MIBR.
Guardian Zao, though, in a perfect position to manage this, though. He has a great spot in the back of Squeaky here.
At least the off angle, but has to be aware of multiples. But a great pop-up there from DRG. Will get traded eventually, but... And RDN goes down too! He had the insane off angle, but it didn't even matter. MIBR bring out the steamroller here versus Sharks. They find every situation, then just win it.
Yeah, those are some really impressive shots there towards the tail end as well. I mean, great defaulting, very explosive second half, but the foundation that they found themselves in the first, the sort of rotations and the suffocation that they put on that offense there from Sharks really didn't leave them with a lot of good options. And as you mentioned leading into this half here, was that 2 of those 4 rounds were up against, big ecos, USPs and such. So it was really just a statement victory here from MIBR, and that is the sort of day 1 close qualifier performance that we want to see out of these guys.
There was just some, even some rounds that I felt like MIBR shouldn't be winning, or that they're not favored in, especially that last one right there, where they just find miracles, hitting shots across the map. Like, that's the X factor. First of all, MIBR outplayed Sharks on that CT side multiple times over. I should mention, but as well as being able to hit the shots to back it up too.
Yeah, no question about it. Very impressive performance there from MIBR. I'm getting really excited to see what this roster can do, because again, it looks like it's another one of those scenarios of this is going to be their first official off of a player break. Are they going to come into things here struggling a little bit, showing some signs of worry, or are they going to be firing on all cylinders and showing that these guys have very clearly been putting in a lot of work during this off time? And I think the latter is more true.
Yeah, I mean, there were a couple of rounds where Sharks played well. Like, they had a couple of outplays here and there, but at the end of it, Sharks, you can't really outplay it, hitting these one-taps across the map, or just in pristine positioning as well from MIBR. There's just a pedigree team that they played against, tough beats, and now you have to go ahead and play them on probably their best map in Mirage. It's going to get a lot more terrifying.
Yeah, there's just no easy path from this point forward. I mean, if they're able to find their footing on Mirage, which is a map that they have a 6-map loss streak on currently, and that's versus rosters in the South American region, it's going to find a very tough result here to try and recover here. And I'm not sure if they're going to be able to fully pull it off versus a team like MIBR, but if they do, maybe they can stabilize in the series. But again, no easy feat.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and bring this one off to a bit of a break. Sharks, though, they left Mirage in the map pool for a reason. They could have banned this one, but they're going to opt to play it versus MIBR. See if they can salvage this series, or maybe they head down to the lowers. We'll see you guys in a bit. well, MIBR look like they're just the right team right now, taking down just Sharks in an absolute steamroll of an affair on Nuke. They couldn't lose, 13-4, and now they move to arguably the best map in their entire pool. It gets scary for Sharks because they're probably playing against one of the best teams in Brazil right now, or maybe the best. We'll have to see. I'm fine, Cole, Hector McHenry, map 2 on the way.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't get any easier. Like we mentioned here heading into it, I said it just before we headed to a break, and I'll say it again, this is a very difficult map for Sharks to manage right now. They don't have a lot of wins on it, and for recent history here, heading into this matchup, they're on a 6-map loss streak. So they're looking to turn those tides here as soon as possible, but I just don't think it's going to happen on this map versus this team in particular after what we just saw out of the gates right there, right? What we just saw from MIBR, it was a real masterclass of performance, and I fully anticipate that will continue.
Yeah, what that map was really a testament to, we were scared, we got to shake off the rust, we got to get the steam engine rolling, but you were talking about, we don't know what happens behind the scenes in terms of scrims, and MIBR have been one of the hardest working teams in Counter-Strike right now, and so, that definitely showed through in that first map.
It really did. I mean, that's the key detail there, is that they were able to come out of the gates. They were finding so much success on their defense. They gave themselves a great foundation. They lost a little bit of momentum, but then they picked it right back up there. They had no troubles recovering in that half, finding those little adjustments to what had been thrown at them, finding those pace changes that Sharks did a good job to their credit of throwing into the mix there, but long term there, MIBR had the right reactions, and so that's definitely going to continue here. It gets a little bit more comfortable. I mean, MIBR is definitely a good nuke team. They're certainly a good Mirage team, and so it's all about what really I would say Sharks has done during this off time to try and build into this map in particular.
Yeah, I mean, again, there's a reason why they banned Vertigo over Mirage. If they didn't want to play this map versus MIBR, they could opt into it. And to be honest, the results haven't necessarily been bad on Vertigo either, even in the past. But this, again, we're talking months ago for this team. And that was just a different era of Counter-Strike. Again, a different MIBR. They hadn't even relocated to Europe just yet. So now, months of practice and tons of tournament, like the grind was brought in there by MIBR, and we're starting to see just how it pays off as they return to South America, and they're in the shadow of the major. A different caliber of team, we could say.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we brought a little bit of it there before we hopped on, but we were talking about how it can be hard to transition back over to your region after spending so much time in Europe. Everyone's playing so prim and proper over there, right? They're playing the stock standard CS, but I do feel like they've come through and they've figured out those adjustments, and are able to handle Sharks so far very effectively, which is going to make it very difficult for this next map. We'll see if they can do it. We'll see if they can pull it through. Again, we'll put a lot of pressure on the stars here because Mirage can be a very individualistic map. So if you see players like Doc and Gafolo start to hit their strides, they could find themselves in a good spot.
So let's go ahead and watch. Can Sharks bring some fight back into the series, or will it just be MIBR being the caliber team you think it is? Pop out onto the A site, and Togs can't hit the long range headshot, but DRG has a flash, ready and prime, behind triple, immediately traded. It's Pinstripe in the feed, Drop finds a double, and the rotates are getting cleaned up too. 2v2 now, but the bomb is down over towards that A ramp position at the moment.
Both players spotted as well, though, so this is great info. You still see this distraction being brought through here from Insani. 4 drop to make this move.
Oh, but RDX is prepared for it, but does nail the headshot drop. A laser beam right now in the pistol round, but Doc finds one back. It's a straight 1 versus 1. Needs the 4K here. Doc also looking for a multi-kill of his own, and with 50 seconds to work this one out, Drop has got all the time in the world.
So much time here, but Doc with a really good rotation right now. Some concern caused, but still spotting out Doc quickly.
Oh, it's so messy. Neither player can hit the headshot right now. Repositioning the stairs, though. Oh, he didn't finish the reload. Didn't matter. He gets it off. Now it's a true 1v1. Doc can't win it. It will be Drop who hits the headshot. Madness in the pistol round. The 4K for Drop.
Oh, man, that's just pure confidence right there. Drop was saying one of these has to hit, and eventually they do connect. So able to close out another pistol so far. Flawless. 3 for 3 from MIBR on those pistol rounds. And again, it's going to set some concern in the economy here for Sharks. think they're gonna go for the full eco. We should see some stability in the third round purchase here, but my concern again with these third round buys is they're still going to be locking that off presence from Gafolo. Not going to be able to bring that in.
Also not having a lot of utility as well, so it just feels as scrappy. But Mirage is a map that you can play, you know, decently scrappy. You don't need a lot of early CT side utility. So we'll see this this full eco just get mopped up right now. Safe trying to farm up enough cash to get an AWP, and he's getting to work with the double kill there. Run from the back 10. Don't give this guy cash.
A little nade over the smoke right there, and they will give him all the cash right there.
Oh, man.
4 kills with the Mac 10, and that might be art. Again, just asserting a little bit of dominance here, at least early. Still very early on. But like you said, there's going to be a distinct lack of utility. 1 smoke for Gafolo. You have a lot of utility in Doc at least, but they're missing some flashes here. I mean, 3 flashes in total. You're talking about a team that wants to take some of that mid control, play as a squad here, and that requires a lot of utility, a lot of flashes, take that space, so they might have to sacrifice in some of that ground early.
And especially as the only molly has just been expended there from RDN. It's pretty neat. Lands towards the back of the apartments, but MIBR just going to disrespect that potential space control. They're just going to walk right through towards the back kitchen.
Be ready for a pretty quick pop in towards this B side. Smoke for the window. They'll have the ability to fly up the catwalk, try and work their way in towards that B side. You can see already pressure applied here, but Doc does manage for some time, but not too long.
Oh, they're bound to the back of the site, though, bounding in. RDN will sideswipe the first, but has to concede the rest of the B site and can't cross out into the open because Safe has got that covered. Oh, but he just takes out the bomb. Oh, man. It's messy. He can't even hit the shot either. A huge opportunity squandered there just because he had the bomb. He had to drop it.
CS timing in a nutshell right there, but still able to make their way towards the site and just barely avoiding the rifle presence here. They're going to flash for market door.
Oh, or just a smoke.
Oh, it's a smoke.
Going through. And Sonny goes up close. Jumps on through. And he will get his kill. Exit finds a double as well. He just spams them straight through it. Gafolo now spotted 30 HP. The Glock is out. Pistol's out here. How did MIBR salvage this? They were so awkward on the site, but double kills everywhere you look.
Gotta run away. Oh, no.
Oh, we
able to
can't
escape
get it.
as well. And Sonny will clip him right at the edge as he tries to fade. And MIBR managed to make some magic happen right there. Just no business being able to stabilize that round. Pure chaos. So many awkward timings right there. You're talking about just the worst timing for Safe to get the bomb out, and as soon as they peek right there, he nearly got clipped by the wallbang damage and spammed out, but still managed to make that work, cutting off those rotations. And then the way that Insani plays it off the back of his teammate's smoke, finding himself a kill right there, ducking into it, exit, spamming the smoke as they jump out of window. It's so well coordinated right there, and it's exactly what MIBR needed to make that happen.
I mean, you know, despite Safe missing the shot, he did get a lot of information. You know, if he kept calm about it, he would be able to communicate. You know, there's 3 players in towards market at the moment. That allows Exit to have that knowledge and the understanding of what Sharks are trying to do in that situation. The spam of the smoke is pristine.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, fantastic work coming through right there. Incredible stuff out of the gates. And I do think that Safe's one of those players that can keep his nerves nice and calm, that can keep those chaotic moments very clear. As it just shows how effective this roster is. 3v4. They've got an awkward spot they've got to fight their way out of, and everyone just coordinating perfectly. It's what you need to do here. Keep yourself a nice little healthy lead.
Yeah, so we have a little break in the action here. Might have a little bit of a technical pause, but I do see players starting to buy up now, so we might be all good and ready to go here. But that honestly is a real testament to MIBR keeping cool in such a chaotic situation. You know, having to switch around the bomb, and then your offer almost going down. Like, it's stressful. but MIBR are able to communicate clearly and get it across in kind of the, I like to call it the micro situation there. You know, you already hit the site, you've already got that bomb planted. It's just now up to your players to make it work.
Yeah, they've got the right players to do so here. Again, that's a lot of experience, a lot of work being done right there. Find yourself in those clutch situations, you gotta keep your composure. I have no trouble doing that much so far. And again, those sort of like 3v4s are something that you really got to work on, and it feels like MIBR have that that under lock and key. But again, this team, like we said, they've been putting work in since the last player break ended in Europe, boot camping for quite some time, coming back for some qualifiers, some events here from South America, for some South American events, but really have been spending most of their time over in Europe getting those reps in. I think that is invaluable for a team that is looking to break through the mold here. That's kind of what's necessary right now. You want to try and get some good practice in. A lot of people say you got to do it in Europe. There's a lot of good South American teams that you can practice against, but you don't want to find yourself in a position where you can't break that ceiling again. Of course, that's what MIBR are trying to do by getting these reps in.
So, yeah, we have a little bit of an extended pause, but it gives us some time to just, talk about MIBR as a team. Again, been on the grind over in Europe and have really just, evolved as a squad, like really good international results, third, fourth, Bet Boom, Dacha taking down with like Cloud9 of all teams as well. Like always such a terrifying team, a very individualistic team, Cloud9. And that kind of, reveals some characteristics about MIBR as well, that they are able to handle, some literally the best players in the world.
Yeah, elite players, there's no question that they can manage to do so. So when you're Sharks and you have to go up against that, it's obviously going to be a tall task and something that you have been able to do once before. But again, this is a whole nother roster. This is more experience building. This is more foundations. And it felt like for the most part that loss that they took to Sharks, it was a big off day, because we talked about 9Z and that almost loss with the coach that could have eliminated MIBR. And then MIBR, of course, eventually making it to the playoffs of an event that they almost didn't even get to see, which was pretty impressive there in Jönköping. But still, a roster that I've been super impressed with. Again, getting to talk to Safe at the beginning of this team, talking about his, just being so much more comfortable with players like, Insani, Exit in particular, and players like Drop that are willing to take that space, a player that he has history with as well. It's cool to see that he's been able to land on his feet and perform with this team too. Yeah,
I think a really big player who has stood out, we're all yapping about MIBR, but I do just have to say Drop has also just impressed on this team. It feels like every player, look, we're North Americans, we saw what they did to my boy Junior, but when you go through the Furia hoop, it feels like sometimes the player just kind of withers away a little bit, but it's really found his element on this squad.
Yeah, I mean, again, you're talking about a player that can do a lot of work with clearly teams that he's given resources for. I still think there's some more confidence that needs to be built since his time. But once he gets into, again, those RMR qualifications where he's going to be going up against teams he's very familiar with, those NA rosters that Safe has been able to just class time and time again, that's going to be something he's really looking forward to. And once we talk about him getting into those games versus NA teams, man, that's where he really shines, and that's where you can start to talk about MIBR being, the potential for major qualification. So obviously, again, that's where a lot of these teams are setting their sights, making it to these lands, getting more experience. If you're MIBR as well, that's going to be continued experience off of what was a great second half to 2023.
Cole, you're not calling Safe a new farmer, are you? You're not. No,
I'm calling him an NA farmer.
Okay, I mean,
which in terms makes him a new farmer.
Hey, one way or the other, some analogies to be made there. But yeah. All things said, I mean, MIB are definitely one of the favorite teams to make it to the major. But, enough yapping from us, unfortunately. We're going to have to bring this one to a bit of a break, as we do have a bit of a technical pause and things need to get worked out behind the scenes. So we're going to toss this one off to a break. MIBR versus Sharks will continue right after this. See you guys in a bit. know, when it comes to shaking off the rust, we've had to do it here as well when it comes to the internet. Welcome back on in, and no. It's not a 3 versus 5, Cole. It's not a 3 versus 5. It's just a little HUD thing. All right. I panicked for a little bit too there. I did as well.
Okay, that's a little bit of a relief there. We are playing in the 5v5, just a little bit of a HUD thing going on. All is well, and MIBR. I guess we are playing in the 3v5 now, just in the favor of MIBR at the moment.
Yeah, that's the problem here. Gafolo's gonna rattle off a shot though. Ooh, that's a nice shot on an exit. At least one back, but there's gonna have to be a whole lot more. And RDN is not in a great position. He's gonna get 2 mollies dropped on towards him, but the rotate is here. And
Teammates.
yeah, a full-blown stack, but oh, Insani's gonna get to work disassembling that, and I think he spots the 2 remaining players as well. So we are bouncing on out of there, and MIBR probably have this A side on lock.
Yeah, very quickly moving away from that. And it could just be that RDN and Gafolo save 2 rifles. There's one down in underpass if they're able to grab that. And so, you know, not a bad not a bad way to go out of here.
Dead man walk and drop. 0 HP, but he still stands to plant the bomb. Of course, jokes only. MIBR are going to be able to pick up this one with the bomb plant. Probably hold on to a couple of these rifles, as RDN will go ahead and keep this one safe. On the chase, though, just for a split second. So, this is going to be another 4-0 start for MIBR. I mean, it's just been really, really solid stuff already, and just handling the anti-eco.
No problems there, MIBR. Great to reroute as well. Could have been caught in a situation where you just want to brute force your way to a bomb site, even if it means walking into a stack. And those where rounds can get awkward very quickly. But Insani calls it off there, and they managed to bail out there pretty quickly. So good stuff coming through there overall from MIBR to make sure that they remain stable. And again, obviously a save coming through there for Sharks. But I think a lot of pressure going to be put on this round. We haven't gotten to see any rounds so far from the defensive. So far they've only played 8 rounds at the moment, or actually 9. So this is going to be another gun round where, you know, they actually might have the tools, they might have some extra utility to play on the CT side with, which is something we have not seen just yet from Sharks.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we haven't even gotten to see a CT side from Sharks, realistically. Like, they were just desperation force buying back on towards Nuke, and this is where I actually put a lot of emphasis on Gafolo and what he can do in middle. Starts that round off playing in towards connector. If he starts feeling comfortable in that position, an AWP could definitely work wonders. So it's something that MIBR do need to keep in the back of their minds going into this one. They have yet to really play, you know, real Counter-Strike so far, especially coming at the back of like a 20-minute or so tech pause as well.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy at all. That tech pause, we'll see if it slows down any of the momentum there of MIBR, but like you said, maybe you can give some things here to settle the score here for the side of Sharks. I mean, again, I'm looking forward to seeing their first real shot at everything in their back pockets. They'll have utility, they'll have firepower. I'm not 100% sure if they'll have an op, but if they do, that'll be the first time that Gafolo's opping on the defense, which is obviously great news considering he didn't get to do it at all on the CT side of Nuke, which is something that, you know, we kind of say is a necessity to have a good opper on that map. So it's going to be good to see here, and it's going to give us a quick inkling of if this roster can kind of, you know, scare off MIBR any on this map.
Yeah, it's really is. You know, you have to be able to take some steps forward and actually like match the individual ability right now for MIBR. I think that is honestly the very first step. It's one thing to, you know, outcall your opponent, but MIBR have shown themselves to be a team who can just beat that with firepower alone. A drop went 18-8 on Nuke, and he was just beaming people across the map. And you have to kind of show up here on Mirage and find that same confidence, you know, find that same flow state that, you know, MIBR were able to hit over towards Nuke and try and match that. That is probably the most difficult thing right now for Sharks.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's going to come down to testing what sort of protocols that they have on this map. Are they going to be able to handle the explosive nature of MIBR? So far, we haven't seen a lot of very slow defaults. We have seen them, you know, work the map a little bit here or there, take a lot of that mid control, as I mentioned here, something MIBR really like to do, and it's something that Sharks are going to need to figure out how to manage here. So that's why I'm putting a lot of emphasis on having the utility, because it's something you need as a defense. Unless you have someone landing a massive multi-kill, you have to have utility to support and collapse in on these mid defaults from MIBR. So finally having those tools at their back pockets is going to be really interesting, and again, it's going to be testing whether or not Sharks have that countermeasure.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of emphasis definitely gets put on to Gafolo and Doc, in my opinion. He's gonna be, those two players are just the win conditions, obviously the op, and just the person who's gonna be first contact every round. If Doc is going down at the start of these rounds, if he's unable to find these opening kills, or at least get traded, put them into playable positions, then I mean, there's chances for Sharks, but in a lot of these rounds, again, Nuke was just simply a steamroll. There were so many rounds where MIBR just got the opening duel, then turned it to a 3 versus 5, bomb plant, save, rounds over, right? Need to have these playable rounds, right?
Yeah, no question about it. They need to find themselves in a position where they can fight back, but if they can't find that spot, then they're going to get into big trouble, because they want to build those foundations. Their T side, it's worse than their defense, right? I think they have something like a 37% win rate on the T side. And with that, you're going to find yourself in a position where you need to build up that foundation on your defense, because it just doesn't get it easy. This is why we were talking about the importance of Nuke heading into this veto, the importance of really Sharks figuring out a way to work this veto, because both rosters were able to float overpass at the beginning of this, both rosters permaban, that is. And in doing so, you would expect maybe some extra work, some extra priority on some bans. But again, Vertigo was a bit of a head scratcher. And you know, that was the priority, so it does leave them in this tough spot where hopefully they've come through with some good game plans to counter MIBR.
Yeah, no, like I can maybe understand some of the decision making from Sharks. Again, this whole veto started off with, you know, both teams permaban overpass. Let's start off with that point, and then Sharks take out Vertigo from the map pool. They could either do that or Mirage, and Mirage is arguably the weaker of the two. Like, Sharks have played against MIBR on Vertigo in an official, maybe different in practice, but you know, they choose to pick into Mirage, or at least to let the Mirage through. So I assume they have something prepared, and this upcoming round is probably going to talk about it. But well, we have another technical pause, folks, so we're gonna have to bring this one off to a bit of a break while MIBR are fixing up some of their internet issues. At least that's what I've heard is the reason for the technical pause. So we'll see you guys after a break. Let's get this one. IEM Chengdu close qualifiers. Holy. So, well, thanks for you guys for sticking with us. We are back in from a very, very long technical pause. Back into play, and finally Sharks with an AWP and the first gunner up by Cole Extra McHenry. The good stuff as MIBR taking on Sharks for a spot in the IEM Chengdu upper bracket here in South America.
We are back. Again, apologies for that delay there, but hopefully things stabilize from this point forward, and we can continue to see who's going to be looking to lock themselves a position in that upper bracket final. Again, testing this mid waters here safe, looking for a lot of duels right now.
Okay.
But there's a lot of attention on the counterpart here from Sharks. Ready for a collapse in on this side of the map here towards middle.
Yeah, but it's kind of a silent presence. No nades really thrown in from these players holding on. Definitely want to hold on to that connector position, though, as... well, maybe that could bait MIBR into this setup on towards Cat at the moment. We have RDN. Off angle. Perfect headshot as well. Dispatches of the first. Gonna go in for another swing, though. And safe. Couldn't hit the shot. And Togs hasn't even needed to reveal it. This one from Brennison. Maybe a little too much. Togs flies up catwalk, though, and takes the initiative. Advantage here for Sharks.
And they managed to punch out that player, boosted up and towards window. Palace Lurk dealt with. So,
Wow.
well, wins on every single front, and Drop left with the only kill of the round here. The entry that he was able to manufacture. Pretty short-lived there towards the top of connector, and might just be the call on to save for the remainder here. So Sharks, they don't really fight for mid control, but they are ready to quickly collapse in on it once, you know, MIBR start throwing some punches. So really well placed from Sharks, able to manage all that pressure.
Yeah, it's also Tog's position inside of ladder room that was the real dagger there, because you have RDN drawing a lot of presence and falling off of catwalk, but no one is ready for Togs to just fly up and get those immediate trades. Like, even if MIBR were able to equalize and, you know, match that, Togs from inside of ladder room is such a big part of that round. So multiple win conditions there for Sharks, and we're off to the next one. But a buy back in for MIBR, of course.
Quickly reply. More purchasing power. Ooh, Gafolo nearly times the shot up perfectly. Again, a lot of emphasis put on this mid control. This time they're swinging for the fences here.
Yeah, Togs, though, is he prepared for this off-angle position? Well, he was, but Exit has the AK. The Dink returned with a headshot. Kill in advantage, MIBR. Or maybe, for not much longer, though. That Molly will not touch down, and instead it's Brennison, top middle, battling. And in the meantime, pop out of A main. The reaction is good here for MIBR. Can Doc stop it? And he can't. Just ran down by too many players. And a good call, good reaction here from MIBR.
So quickly diving into the fray right there. Mid control managed. Once you start to see the Sharks fight there, position's way too strong. You can see Brennison finding a big entry, Exit finding a big entry kill. Those are two players down towards catwalk. And they get even more resources out of Sharks as well. That triggers Insomnia's alert towards that A side. Good on Gafolo to try and save this off. Finds Exit. I don't know if there's going to be much more hunting presence. They seem to be closing in, though.
Yeah,
and confidently.
Starts, and Drop also hurt the fallback, so he's just going to post up. Wow, this is such a nasty position. Hunted from multiple angles, and even safe playing with footsteps right now. Drop also walking up onto the site. Like, Gafolo is just toast here, let's be real. Walking up inside of Market and dropped by multiple players. He even gets to see on the death cam. Safe walk forward to really let him know, yeah, he was a goner there. Sharks, they pick up one, but MIBR immediately clap back.
Again, great reactions right there. That's pressure being tossed in towards mid. MIBR handled the aggression, then find the resources really nullified. And Sonny, perfect, you know, sort of aggression coming through from him towards that A side, willing to take that risk of making a move to try and attack. You know, probably just off of his own instincts right there. Great call coming through from MIBR here. See some panic and a quicker play this time without the resources spent towards mid. They will start to set their sights on towards this A side again.
So we'll have to see Again, some pressure being put in from MIBR towards middle. But now the utility sets begin to roll on out, and it's an isolated DRG. This is exactly what MIBR want in this situation. Rotate's currently cut off, and DRG just gets dropped. Oh, through the molly he goes, and Doc as well. Just trying to fly through smokes here. Desperation from Sharks, but MIBR sideswiped them all. It's a quick and easy one from Made in Brazil. Steamroll again, and Sharks are off to the hills.
Dude, I mean, again, Drop willing to make that sort of move is absolutely unbelievable. Diving through a Molotov, making sure that his teammates can take that space. It was a perfectly placed molly from the Sharks, but it doesn't do anything when they run straight through it, disrespect it, and still find the inches to back it up. Your eyes aren't trained towards Palace right there. And Drop, he finds that kill. He lets his Tetris players move out and help out there as well. So, I mean, just, again, that sort of aggression coming through from Drop and the sacrifice that he's willing to do in some of these rounds is unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, it's the commitment to the plan there from MIBR. You know, we're going to hit the A site, and nothing's going to stop us there. As well as, I think MIBR was super confident in just the knowledge there is only a single player on that A site. Drop can't afford to run through that molly because he knows the attention's going to be away from him. And that is just some pristine awareness, and it's going to draw out a timeout from Sharks.
I mean, yeah, if Drop's not taking that sort of space right there, then DRG has no pressure on him until that molly fades away. By that point, you could be talking about the players diving through that smoke being a whole lot more effective, because really the rest of the roster there on MIBR would be locked over towards Tetris, but instead they start to extend further ground, find themselves in great spots, and catch Sharks diving through those smokes. And that's exactly where you want to be on an A-side execute. That has to be the commitment to the plan coming through from MIBR. Otherwise, that round might not go as well for them, considering the counter utility that was thrown their way. So, they get 2 in a row once again off the back of a loss there for MIBR, and right back in the driver's seat once again. They have no trouble reaffirming themselves in this this series so far.
Yeah, if Drop doesn't disrespect that molly as well, it gives just the extra seconds for more manpower to arrive from Sharks. You know, there might be a retake attempt rather than a save if DRG stays alive. But MIBR, again, commitment to the bit. And once again, this time, a lot heavier on the mid presence, but Drop is able to sneak forward. Was he spotted by RDN is the question. This deep smoke could be disrespected. And in the meantime, Doc is in a fight middle. Sharks want this mid control, but it could be RDN in trouble. Instead, he goes down over towards the B side. His Drop double entries them. And this is just, the wheels are coming off right now for Sharks. It's a save again.
Drop's having just a monster series so far. There's not a lot that you can do to handle this guy. Finding 2 entries on that B side, cutting off a rotate there and finding the B anchor. Just absolutely perfect right there on execution. You saw the vision as well at the beginning of that. He got past the Molotov, he got past the HE. He took a little bit of damage, but again, he's so willing to sacrifice a little bit of his health to find an entry, to find that space. And another prime example of that. He keeps getting away with it. Yet to die as well.
I mean, I love the reaction there from MIBR because so much presence in middle. There's yet another isolated site anchor, and 2 players are there to chase him down. It's just very nice that Drop can get the multi-kills as well. What a player, and how he's reinvented himself on this team.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the case there. I mean, used so effectively on this roster. A player that maybe got some flack there in his time towards Fury. Again, if you were watching some of the individual moves, I feel like wasn't a massive bit of the downward turn that these guys were going through when he was on Furia, but both of these players have come through and are looking to prove themselves, looking for a second opportunity that MIBR have given them, and that's exactly what they've taken advantage of here so far on this team with how hard these players have been working.
And now we have some stuff and going for these swings. Safe not missing that one. Again, Sharks want to put on the mid pressure. Safe is just going to hand one right back. 150 caliber downrange.
Pretty flick as well. Pretty flick. Now Drop looking to take some space there. RDN needs to dive on out. He sticks around for a little bit of a duel there. Trading HEs back and forth. RDN's out. He's playing super confidently towards this B side here.
Yeah, even though he just got solo entried that previous one by Drop. I like this from MIBR. Just pumping the brakes. That nade drop, though, was certainly heard by DRG.
Any reaction off of the CTs off that utility? We'll have to wait and see. It's just going to be a bit of a fake here. His exit, he has 2 smokes to be able to toss him, but they're going to hear this fake, and I wonder if that's going to commit some players towards the B side. No, they're still rotating.
They are. DRG knows it's just a single player, though, and does sideswipe exit. That's going to call in the play, though, from MIBR, and Sharks, again, understaffed, and the fake works out. B site secured.
Rotate's already being made, but Insani's still lurking about here. They might know this. Insani's going to rush it in towards CT, catches 1 player off guard, traded by Gafolo at the very least, so some stability found there in the save, but it will be a save.
I love it from Insani. Commitment to a bit again. We're still running the fake execute, even though they know we're on the B site. And he still gets a kill onto these saving players. I mean, MIBR are just completely outplaying the map right now. They're finding the weak site every single time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's absolutely incredible. Again, this is a region that I feel like when you talk about outside of some of the top teams, needs to bring in some really good leadership and really good calling coming through. Like the IGL role, super important for so many of these teams, and they've got so much experience in that department here. But talking about players that have had to just pick up the mantle and figure out ways to work from that point here, I feel like they've done so incredibly well. And right there's a prime example of how effective the calling is coming through from exit, right? He's able to get that beautiful fake in towards that A side. It sells a rotate, completely collapse in on that B side with only 1 player. And it's all triggered off of some of that utility, some of that work being done in the map control.
Yeah, Sharks are giving a lot of information away, and well, okay, now how about we take some fights? Safe misses a shot there and gives Sharks a chance on the opener.
It's a beautiful start right there. That's exactly what they needed there. I mean, Safe, it could have been a chance for back-to-back openers, but Gafolo swings for the fences right there and catches him off guard.
But that does allow mid-control for MIBR. No off in play, so confident space to be taken. And oh, a nade, that's good. Could that clear the smoke? No, it was just going high enough. Maybe Togs could have had vision onto Brennison, but instead he gets himself in the comms. Or just as it fades. Okay, there goes Brennison anyways. Well, that's going to call in the B play, and there's finally a setup here for Sharks. Finally some good news. As 3 players lie in wait now, Insani is good, but I don't think he's this good. And this is going to be a clean one for Sharks.
Nicely handled right there. Able to find some early picks, find that op to full effect there. Gafolo given the resources, given an opportunity to dive over for some quick B plays. I mean, I feel like that's something that Sharks had to adapt to. You saw consistently that drop was disrespecting a lot of the early utility and taking that deep control. So this time they catch Safe a little bit off guard. Not ready to deal with that boost, but of course, they need to keep it up here. They need to continue to try and close things out. More success required. As quick mid-control taking so much utility, fast up catwalk.
Oh my goodness. Okay, this is a change of pace here. MIBR full on towards that mid-control. Sharks nowhere to be found, so we have drop already in ladder room, but that's a great shot from Gafolo right back to equalize from that opener on save. But, you know, complete mid-control still for MIBR.
The back of that pick, it's onto Insani, so it might encourage some of these A players to get aggressive on this A side, knowing that you've dealt with a player that's been in Palace every single round so far on this half for it, MIBR. And that's exactly what they're going to do. You can see Doc, he's going on a little adventure towards that A main side of things. That's going to be so valuable to have late into this round.
Ooh, that's a missed molly there from Catwalk, but not going to dissuade MIBR. Instead, DRG going for the swing. Very lucky to be alive. Eats a leg shot. Bolo, though, oh, he turns his back. How are you expecting Drop to be in this position? Push forward and misses the shot critically. Down now into 3 versus 4. MIBR, safe passage onto the A site.
Got a player in Palace here still, but Artie and Zhao is mollied off right now. They can still lock in a bomb plant in the meantime here, but they should expect the player to be still on this A side. Yeah, Doc is being watched by Drop. Finally, Drop does go down here, but it's not going to be enough for the rest of Sharks to recover.
Yeah, wow, just all the kills off the conveyor belt there from MIBR. They're up now 9-2, and the steamroller looked like it's out again.
Just one by one, putting them on their plate right there, slowly but surely clawing their way through that round again. Drop being so elusive over towards that window room. I mean, poor Gafolo, just nothing he could do to deal with that. Getting mollied off, getting chased down. It's so perfectly played, and IBR looking at maybe turn up the heat for one last round in this half and seeing if they can get a quicker A approach.
And once again, they're hitting the weak site. It's only DRG up close. He gets deleted immediately, 4-on-4, but the rotates are nowhere close. Doc is gonna go for a swing. Lucky to sneak underneath. Safe AWP, actually gets himself into a decent position, so that gets the info Sharks need.
A valuable A site stabilization right there coming through. Great reposition rolling on out there. Will find themselves into a more manageable position. At one point in time, 3 players in the 4v4 huddling around towards middle. A severe lack of control this time. Insani being watched, though. And an incredible off angle from Doc.
Yeah, but maybe Insani, does he have any key disadvantage? Oh, well, now he does. Shoulder spotted from both players. And a re-execute onto the A side. This time, 2 players in position, though. Safe falls immediately. This is looking decent, but need to get the reload off. Can't choose between the nade or the gun. Doc will go down. Quick 3-on-3 now. And time's still available for MIBR.
And if they can distract long enough for this mid lurk here. Waiting for exit to be the next prong of approach right now.
Patience paying. RDN gonna take the same angles. Insani ready for it. He is absolutely deleted. Gafolo now, he's also getting spotted in towards jungle. Here's the close swing, but he is prepared for it. Dropped it to the 2v2. And with 15 seconds remaining, gotta get that bomb planted as soon as possible. And that allows Gafolo to reposition. Now, plant to go through, but a missed shot as well. Coverage is there from Insani. Will that be the bomb plant? Oh, no. But there it is. Togs didn't go for the swing. It's a 1v1 straight up. Made to be swung through, though, and Togs will convert upon it. Messy round towards the end, but Sharks will pick it up for at least that 9-3 half. Let's send it off to a bit of a break. Sharks with a lifeline. And so, 9-3 on the half here for MIBR. Some just crazy rounds, but all in all, it was really well played. You can see the thought process from MIBR as they dissected that CT side from Sharks. Can at least Sharks match them on the individual level and the calling. I'm fine, John McCullough, X McHenry. Are we going to be here for any much longer?
So far, MIBR have been flawless on the pistols. Will that change finally? Now that Sharks need a bit of a lifeline here in this map, in this series really overall. We'll see if they can handle this pressure as the execute comes through.
Yep, RDN pops the first, but Safe also does the same on the dock. But the real kill, okay. Brennison just drops Togs. That's a bomb stuck up in Palace.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's going to put the brakes to a complete stop on this A-site play. And MIBR gather here for a retake. DRG looking for the swing in towards Spa, but he might get more than what he bargains for. 3 players around the corner. And here's the coordinated swing. He can't even get the one. Trades are in from MIBR, and it's just Gafolo in towards the default position. Makes the cross miraculously out of ammunition too, but now down to 19 and ran down from Tetris. Surely this is where it ends. Low HP on a couple of these players with the defuse going down. It's not planted for him. He's getting these kills. Oh my goodness, Gafolo pulls it off. What on earth was this? Sharks need this desperately, and they get it.
Oh, that's the lifeline that they were asking for right there. Gafolo makes magic happen on that A side. Absolutely no business even being able to cross right there to deal with the planter, but lands some quick headshots to get the job done. And MIBR don't know what hit him right there. Absolutely stunning stuff, and again, that's to break the flawless streak of pistols that MIBR have had here so far.
What was that? I mean, that's mandatory. This game's over, and we'd call it wraps there for Sharks. They'd be sent down to the lower bracket instantly, but that is... Alright, that's a lifeline. That is something that could definitely inspire Sharks just a little bit. They haven't had any of that this entire series. Now, a stack does await. There's a small, but not impossible chance that MIBR could potentially win this. A couple of kills do come into the feed, but, well, it's now just exit to complete the 1v3 with an armorless USB. Does hit the double dink, but nothing more. That is 5 rounds for Sharks.
Some decent damage being done right there from MIBR, but very quick from Sharks to close that distance there. Now 4 rounds trailing on MIBR. The first gun round will come through here, and again, it is going to be a wild test. It's great that they're able to win a fantastic looking pistol here, but a whole lot more work required to start pulling things back piece by piece, and it's all going to be about what sort of preparation they can do here. How much have they improved during this off time on this map to increase the T-side results that have been severely lacking prior to the player break?
We'll have to see. For now, it's going to be flying up catwalk right now. Doc charging forward for the opening kill and gets the space that Sharks want. Drop now on the hold, though, and boy, he locks in 2. Out of ammunition will stop him from 3, but still, rotates are already here. Safe back at the site and handles the 2 remaining players. MIBR are back in the driver's seat.
And they found so much damage on the USP round that the money has immediately collapsed. And while it was a huge hiccup on the pistol, sure, you can say that, it might just be a little bump in the road for MIBR on their way to this upper bracket finals by how things are shaping up right now. Purchasing power here is going to be limited. Only a single AK being brought to the table here from Doc, and that's about all you'll have here. So hoping that Doc can do some good work here once again.
I mean, that's the prayers, but, you know, he needs multi-kills. Can't afford these 1-for-1s because MIBR are really fast on these reactions. I think that's been the strongest point for this team. And now with full mid control, Sharks are going to group up for a bit of a late pop. Brennison holding from catwalk, though, brings out the laser beam. That is the A1S and makes a double kill out of it. Sharks are just getting battered. There are 4 players in position and 4 players erased from the kill feed. Sharks are pulverized here by MIBR.
Yeah, I mean, one by one, they try and float out towards middle right there. They just don't have the utility to do much up against all rifles right there. You need to find some entries, and they get cut off on the inbound there to Brennan Sen, who just tracks him so incredibly well. So again, this could be an early dismissal of Sharks straight towards that lower brackets with a confident 2-0 victory for the favorites.
It's, you know, it's a different team with MIBR from like previous close qualifiers. There's just more discipline in this team and just no hesitation, better reactions. I mean, this time in Europe is really showing its full colors at the moment. And again, within the shadow of the RMR that's coming up in just a couple days, or at least the RMR close qualifiers, this team is one of the teams that are certainly in contention for that major, at least to make an appearance.
Absolutely. No question about it. This is a start to a statement here for MIBR to show that they are going to be one of those favorites. We get a little cheeky B-rush of sorts. Let's get a lot of utility out and distracting these players here from the Glocks. It's all good, though. It's all handled with ease right now, and a QB sneak for DRG to try and get a bomb plant down. You can't even hate the idea. Nice try, but of course, MIBR are going to close that out.
Yeah, brutal stuff here from MIBR. Even with like a long technical pause in between, it's just business. It just shows how much this isn't a fluke or some sort of momentum shift. This is just all perfect calling, perfect reaction. It's business here for Made in Brazil. And they're up 12-5 and looking at that 2-0. Just stopping Sharks from even getting, you know, 10 rounds across 2 maps is something to behold.
Absolutely. No question about it there. Out of the gates, though, it's just putting Doc down, trying to get that entry work done, but at least looking to stabilize towards mid with the trade. They just can't push their way out, though. They're getting met by mollies and counter util.
Yeah, and already basically out of utility and down a player will get mid control as their only consolation, but MIBR don't want to let off the gas. 2 players in towards window right now, and as Scafola tries to sneak up catwalk, save, could get spotted. But now Togs falls on the other side of the map. DRG next in line, at least 2 refrags back, make it 3 to put this round into contention for Sharks. It's the first step in a long road, potentially.
Right idea on exit as well. Know where he is, know where he's locked into. It's all about the timing now.
RDN is pretty focused towards that A main position, but makes it good on the swing. So now drop tossed into the clutch, and Sharks looking to get things started.
Absolutely. I mean, what an incredible recovery right now. They have to worry about this last flank drop. Is quick on it. Oh.
But Gafolo's a little bit faster, I guess. All right, 6th round there for Sharks. Cash in the bank for MIBR. Let's be very certain about it. But able to win out the 2v5.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't get any easier to close from that point forward. Obviously, that 2v5, maybe some Astros on it with a lot of quick trades that came through, but still an impressive recovery at that. Sharks had to fight their way through so many of those tough duels, and piece by piece able to pull it back. So another lifeline for these guys. Said a disciplined MIBR team so far. They've had a couple frustrating losses, but they still managed to find their footing even past that.
We're still inside the smoke, and okay, there's the entry that Sharks needed. I mean, hey, the game isn't over until a team hits 13 and wins it, so that's a crispy entry from Doc as well.
Extra damage onto Insani. Add to the tally right there. They find themselves in a tough 4v5 recovery. They do start to gamble stack a little bit off the back of that.
Yeah, smoking towards connector, but does Insani see anything? Well, he doesn't, and that might cost you just a little bit. Extinguish, push through, and tough beats on the information, just sneaking underneath the nose of MIBR. Sharks are gonna get a blowout round.
With ease right there, breaking past that perfect collapse coming through. Silent claw up connector. Big entries towards mid from Doc. Finally finding his footing on some of these early aggressive plays. He's going to get a lot of those versus this team if he wants to take these towards middle. Nice easy shot for drop. Walks right into his crosshair. Don't really want to let him save the up. If that's what the one gun you're going to be going up against this next round, you make the case to hunt for it.
As you might have another opportunity. Only gets the leg shot, though, and that allows these players to continually close the gap. And unable to hit the shot onto Gafolo. Drop, hunted down, and MIBR's money has actually just been broken. You know, 5 rounds, it's MR12, folks, is not that far of a distance to cross.
Not at all. And the way that they've been winning these rounds shows that they are not ready to say die just yet. It's still going to be very difficult, you know, once they get back into these rifles. But they've got some clutch factor. They've got some, a couple of unreasonable rounds already won out here so far in this half. And maybe they are lifeline rounds. They've gotten 2 of them, and that's 2 more than you'd think you'd get. But that oftentimes can be the cause for a lot of frustration for your opponents and a lot of momentum for yourself.
So, MIBR do have to find ways to close. Like, they had a 2 versus 5. Now, 2 consecutive rounds have followed that one up. BRT just running a solo execute here. He'll get traded out, but that's perfectly fine in Sharks camp. Simple walkout to the B site will get the plant. So, all MIBR taking out of this one, probably just a dropped rifle.
Yeah, maybe 2 if Folo stays around here. Safe spotted out, and the collapse coming through there. Safe gonna fall, but the chase is in. That's gonna be the 2 rifles they wanted to find. Not much of a point to hunt. You don't want to throw away everything. I guess it doesn't matter. You don't have much to lose, but Sharks will be able to continue to increase that count. Finding themselves at 8, only 4 rounds away. Got to keep it up.
And so, it's a save for MIBR, but they do get to hold on to these rifles. Wonder how the loss bonus is building, if there's enough for exit. Which doesn't look like there is. I was thinking maybe an op could be dropped over, but who am I to say anything? Safe just has the money, casually. So, we're going to have a real purchase here for MIBR, if they want it, is the question.
Should want it there. Safe hasn't been doing too much missing, but does go get a rifle for himself, so they will go without the telescope just yet. Oh no, he's selling. Okay, there it is. Just a late buy. Rolling out there, no big deal, although it could have cost one their life there. And Sonny just about makes it safely across right there. My God.
Yeah, that could have been a real sour start for a round you've been waiting ages to try and get started with. But it looks like we're just going to see a straight B play from
Already
Sharks.
lost their molly.
Right about that. But a deep nade and an execute coming through. Drop, able to reposition, just trying to survive. He does, and gets the double, and maybe just ends the map there. You would think Drop, he's a dead man walking fully blind, but trying to skip a few steps. Didn't cross all their T's and dot their I's. Sharks might be out of this series.
That pathing was so perfect right there, nearly taking care of the get-right player, your teammates at that point. Should have been able to trade Drop, but they can't afford to give over too much. They've already lost one 2v5. You don't want to add another one. And right now, with 2 players incredibly low, 1 bullet could do Britizen and Drop in.
It is a maximum security prison, though, around this bomb. It's going to take a lot to break into this one. Gafolo will begin to post up on the angle. He's hoping for mistakes, but none given, as that will be it. MIBR will stop this comeback in its tracks and end this 13-8. All things said, Cole, both maps, complete steamrolls. That's exactly what we wanted to see out of MIBR.
Yeah, again, so some big loss rounds there when you talk about the clutch factor coming through for the Sharks in that Mirage map. It really could have been coasting to a closure if they won that pistol. And then it could have been way earlier of a finish if they had won that 2v5. But still, you know, again, what MIBR putting to the table here shows how high caliber this roster really can be, how much work that they've been putting in, and the reason that they've been able to scare so many of these tier 1 rosters over in Europe. So a lot of excitement, and again, this puts them in a good spot here to try and lock in a qualification to Chengdu.
Yeah, some really pristine Counter-Strike, always finding the weak site. Like, it's not just the frags that were there, but also just the calling and the and the execution was really there from MIBR. They're looking good in these close qualifiers where historically they've been a little bit shakier. So with that, it's going to toss it off to a bit of an extended break, but I believe Red Cannons versus 9Z is still going down. So do check into that one to see who MIBR will be facing in that upper bracket. I mean, we can go ahead and even take a little bit of a look before we head on out. Why not between these couple of squads? Because, you know, it could be some real competition that MIBR have in these upper finals.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like we said here, that other side of the bracket's scary. When we talk about Sharks, definitely a team that you got to worry about playing in that lower bracket right now. But as for Red Canids and 9Z, two rosters that have really bolstered up some of the firepower here, have really brought in some exciting pieces that I'm looking forward to seeing challenge this MIBR team. Again, it's going to be questions of you know, what these rosters have been doing during some of the breaks, what they've been able to bring to the table. So yeah, it should be a fun upper bracket final determining who is going to win that first best of 3 that's currently being played out right now.
Yeah, it's on towards map 3 of Ancient, so do tune into that one on ESL CSB. But for now, we're going to toss this one off to an extended break. We'll be covering MIBR for the rest of the day, so if you don't want to, you don't want to miss MIBR, we'll be back at, I believe it is, I'm doing my math from Pacific time, but 6:30 EST. Or, you know, from my side, 3:30 Pacific Standard Time, hour and a half from where we're talking right now. So we'll see you guys after a bit of a break. More MIBR on the way.
I can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. fight it? How can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out. Hold on to what you found. Days are deceiving. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear you now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, come and set me free. I'm losing sight of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, come and set me free. Look into my face. Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. Take me down, leave me lost and found. Take me down, loud.
making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A flawless win. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Norby!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
And the road to IEM Chengdu continues here in the upper bracket. Thanks for sticking with us for the extended break. But now we have MIBR taking on 9Z in a bit of a, these two teams have met in closed qualifiers before. It's going to be an interesting one. I'm fine. I'm with Cole Extra McHenry. What's good?
Really looking forward to who's going to be locking in their position. Only a best of 3 away at this point if they close out this series, of course. Like you said, a lot on the line here. Both of these teams wanting to make it to Chengdu, and they've got to do so through a tough path here. So far, MIBR putting up a really good result versus Sharks, but I think this next test that they have ahead of them might be even more challenging.
Yeah, I mean, that's for sure. 9Z have actually come out of the gates pretty darn strong. It was their very first official with Martinez. We can take a look at the bracket to see who they faced off against. That was the Red Cannons, I should say. So not a bad scalp to take down first, but they are certainly taking on an in-form MIBR.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the big test right there, is taking on this MIBR roster that has looked incredibly strong, not only in that last series, but just as of recent, have been just increasing their performance, increasing their results time and time again. Currently sitting at 15th in the world, which I thought was incredible for these guys who've been getting those LAN opportunities and really taking advantage of those LAN opportunities, making deep runs, causing big upsets. And so again, trying to find themselves in at IEM Chengdu is going to be a huge opportunity for these guys to continue to, just keep on the warpath of consistency at these lands.
Yeah, that's really what 9Z want to do, but of course, they haven't had, again, they're missing some of their franchise players, sort of. Again, Try stepping down, Martinez taking up the helm, and while Martinez has been solid, such a flashy playmaking AWPer for 9Z, he's always undergone a little bit of criticism for the, consistency issues on his point. Can he keep it up versus a team like MIBR?
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously a massive change, calling in Martinez into this roster, who previously had some tough shoes to fill, hopping into Movistar. If you remember, I mean, the challenges that those guys have undergone since the loss of Sampayas. I mean, obviously, massive change here for Martinez, trying to play with some younger players and seeing if he can try and build up those results with a team that's more akin to his age range and what everyone can bring to the table here. It does lead a lot to be excited about in terms of the pickup that they've gotten. And so far, again, taking down Red Cannons is no small feat. So a fantastic start here in the upper bracket semis.
Yeah, of course, you want to get that running start going. And in fact, Martinez also had a pretty solid third map against the likes of the Red Cannons, just sitting at a 1.3 rating, finding the pack, and doing his job as the AWPer. That's what you want to see, finding at least the numbers on the board, but it's going to be far more than just numbers here against MIBR, because this team, they outcalled their opponent in this first round, and they certainly outfragged the Sharks.
Yeah, it was really exciting. Watching MIBR play that last game was absolutely incredible. Again, that consistency that these guys are showing here, it's scary for a lot of these South American teams that are looking to test this roster right now. That sort of calling coming through from exit that was so fluid, so quick. There was very little hesitation from players like Drop, who had a hell of a series, very explosive, but you also don't just have to rely on Drop to find those entries. You have so much more impact beside them, and players like Exit individually. Bertizen could be really good, and that's not even to mention Insani. who's obviously been a staple for the South American scene, and something that everyone's been looking forward to.
Yeah, I mean, and the breadth of 9Z, at least they can handle them. I think 9Z are very capable players. Specifically, DGT is such an entertaining player to watch over there towards 9Z, and Huaso Peak has impressed at times. So at least I personally have a lot more hope here for 9Z that we can get a really exciting game here on the mainstream. But that will come down to the maps, and it starts to shake out a little bit of the same here. From that previous series. We have the first pick of Nuke here from 9Z.
Yeah, I mean, again, looking to test this team here on MIBR. Of course, 9Z going to be looking to start things off with a little bit of confidence, playing into a map that they've been able to stand and deliver on for quite some time. So obviously, again, it's confidence showing coming through from 9Z. I just feel like this roster on MIBR, it's no easy task to try and challenge these guys. And after the nuke that they just showed earlier, they're definitely going to need to lean on players like Martinez to step up to the plate. And like you said, Huaso Peak, who has really been a staple for this roster, a lot of excitement out of him. So obviously looking forward to seeing what these guys can do.
Yeah, obviously a lot of flair with these guys. For the guys of 9Z, but they're playing against an MIBR who, again, I mean, we can't stop raving about them. They have consistently been, challenging top level EU Counter-Strike, and they've been on the grind. They feel like the most deserving team in this qualifier to appear IEM Chengdu. Let's see if 9Z can prove us otherwise. We're taking it away here on Nuke, the pick of 9Z.
Exciting to see here. We'll kick things off with a pistol that's sending Martinez towards that outer yard, already finding a nice little opening pick there. A fantastic start. Does get taken aback a little bit there, but still finding more success there. Another entry rolling on through here, and they take so much space off the back of it.
Yeah, all of ramp room established here. Now Insani, though, faced with two players, lucky to be alive as Huaso Peak chases him down. Quick 2v4 in a much different tone from our previous series.
Yeah, a series that included MIBR constantly winning those pistols, only lost one to a 1v3. A miraculous 1v3 at that. Now they have to pull it back from a 2v4 here, where they've kind of rotated off and towards that lower side of things. At least for drop. You still have Exit in a position where maybe you can offer up some resistance, but pretty far removed from the situation right now.
Yeah, Exit might not really have any opportunities. They're going through Hut, not Squeaky, and so he will not get any vision on this creep out from 9Z. It should be an easy walk in. Just a little opportunity, but this bomb's about to get planted, and I mean, we might see the dreaded pistol round save. Exit's gonna do a little bit of battle, perhaps, and it does work out for at least one, but time's ticking now, and he's starting to get closed in. Maybe, just maybe, he can hit another one and get his teammate into the mix, but now down to 21. He's gonna fall and drop in a very tough clutch.
Just couldn't connect there. They're giving him opportunities. Never ideal right there in those isolated duels to maybe allow for a clawback, but after his teammate goes down, drop knows it's a 10-second defuse and 3 players to take down. Ooh.
Okay.
So he'll go down with some extra kills right there in his armor, but he's going to go down now with that bomb. Or at the hands of DGT will finish his dinner.
There you go. 1-0 here for 9Z. I mean, just really confident all across the map. A coordinated double peek to take down Insani, and Huaso Peak starting off very well. I talk about him as a player with a lot of flair, but he just needs to be tamed down, in my opinion. A player who's very aggressive, has the mechanics, is what I'll say. Just needs to be put into the system here with 9Z and, learn what it is to play top-tier Counter-Strike.
No question. You get your feet wet quickly with this 9Z team. Out of the gates already getting some of that success. They've got a little stack towards that outer yard. They're hoping that they walk right into it, but I think this is just going to be a pretty fast day execution into a fairly empty bomb site. So last time we saw a round like this, they tried to jump on the bomb late. They don't have in, but I imagine at some point we'll see more of that from MIBR.
Oh, but Huaso Peak's going to take his opportunity to farm some, and Exit goes para dropping right into Max. And last man, Insani, not going to keep us waiting for long. Taps from Huaso Peak. What you like to see there for 9Z, as it's 2-0 for the squad.
One of the new guys getting some light right there. Very exciting. I mean, another team that has relied on some up-and-coming prospects. Again, a very young roster here. And 9Z, as they've always been, to be honest with you. It's always been a fairly young team. But talking a little bit about Buddha and where he came from, playing previously in the 9Z Academy. Definitely one of those solid anchor players that you can really rely on. You got Martinez joining in, as well as another kind of young gun, and then House of Peak as well. Just drawing some attention. So far, so good for them.
Yeah, also taken from the 9Z Academy project, I should mention. Had a little loan with Flamengo for a bit, but now picked back up for his team. Trades outside to start for the new pickup in Huaso Peak. He'll fall. A little 1-for-1 action, but look at this from Max. What a brutal play. What a call. And it might just be the easy kill onto Insani. Vents you go. Luckily, there's no one waiting on the other side.
Insani able to just barely get out of there, Max. Just try to throw an HE up the vents right there. No success with that, but Insani's locked out of this position right now. Escapes, avoiding death, but he eventually sits in the Molotov, almost turning their attention elsewhere to deal with that lobby crunch, but not quite in time.
Yeah, just a quick 2 for 2 now. Split all across the map. MIBR, they need a multi-kill here to really solidify this round, and it could be in the hands of Brennison. Such a difficult off angle. Surely, he at least gets the one to put drop in it, but he reveals his position early on. Oh, he transfers the spray enough, though, for Martinez. This could just be the double kill that locks it in. But now you wonder if Max has seen the other player. 20 seconds on the clock. Up the vent he goes. Will he get a bomb plant? Will drop allow him? That is its own question. Plant to go through. Drop will allow it. But Max so low. Does get the reposition, or does he? He does! He gets away at least, but 10 HP is the problem here, Cole.
He's gonna get spotted here on his way out, but has a chance on these headshot angles.
It's a chance, but now misses his opportunity as they descend into the site. It is planted in the open, and there is no kit, however. Maybe some wall bank could favor him here. Thinking about it, he'll start going for it. The spray back. Is it good enough? Oh, Brennison almost falls. But there's at least the trade from Drop, and Brennison holds on with 6 HP. Close, but no cigar there for Max.
Oh, nearly finds it right there, just spamming down straight through Hut. And had it right on the money to find the kill, but I think he's just a bullet shy. If he would have landed one more, it would have been good. I don't know if you can wallbang that with a Glock, but I imagine it wouldn't do too much damage, so eventually does fall. Very nice clutch attempt from Max with so little resources to make the best out of that situation. And MIBR, once they get those guns in hand, immediately start fueling some success, building those foundations. We got an auto shotty for Insani, which could be a lot of fun.
Yeah, 9Z continue a bit of their pacier play. Especially close Hut. This is exactly where you want the auto shotty to be. It's an AK, but your face is the entire, or your body's the entire head. One shot wherever you look. Insani will find one at almost a second on a Max, but the double entry is there, and Huaso Peak even adds to it. MIBR are looking very mortal compared to their previous series. 9Z are walking away with all these gun rounds.
No question. It's some of the similar quick aggression that's catching MIBR off guard. It's not the first time we've seen the struggles. I mean, we talked about Shark's pace changes and what worked well for them. And a lot of that was on some more aggressive A-side plays. They were able to get the, very similar pop out of Squeaky Door right there, where you kind of catch a player blind with the smoke to drop down vents. Instead, you flash through it and quickly explode on in towards that A-bomb site. And you can see they weren't fully prepared for that sort of execution in the same fashion in which Sharks were able to kind of catch them off guard. So IVR struggling to deal with some of the explosive nature on this map, and 9Z are capitalizing perfectly so far.
Yeah, and you also got to give it up to the double entry from Max as well, making his way out of Hut, or rather out of Squeaky, and winning his straight head-to-head. That's always been one thing with 9Z, is they've had such good entries available to them. Obviously, you had David. Now Huaso Peak takes up that role, but DGT and Max can also pick up the mantle there. So, yeah, again, a really dangerous, explosive team like you're talking about.
absolutely. Just looking through some of the history of 9Z in these recent months, and I got a lot of history versus Movistar playing up against Martinez, which is really interesting. And then they end up picking him up. Martinez is no stranger to playing with a lot of these aggressive riflers, so I feel like he is a really good fit for this team here as we get that A execute rolling.
Yeah, and Sonny, a little bit of an off angle, so Huaso Peak will fall, but drop the same. So a quick little 1-for-1 here. And the rifles are still standing for MIBR, so still opportunities, so 9Z are going to pump the brakes.
Slowing it down big time here. You have a big outer yard flank rolling through here from Safe. That could really cause some concern right now if they could buy any more time on this A side.
We'll see. Backed up right now. DGT is sort of prepared for this. Oh, but now he hands his back on over. Spin. Oh, there's Martinez. Oh, man. Just the watchful sentry there keeps his team all alive. That could have been devastating.
That is infuriating right there. You spend so much time rolling through on that flank there. You think you have the round in the palm of your hands, and you're going to get this stack spotted quickly there. Max, I think he's caught the last two players. Certainly caught the rifle, so you can get out of here brilliant. If not, you know, maybe an AK given over, but no harm, no foul. You still got the round in the palm of your hands right now. I don't want to jump the gun too much, though. Exit does have a kit.
And
No,
no,
they have to get up to.
yeah. Oh, well, not anymore. You'll get destroyed by DGT. And Brennison will be able to answer one back. Oh, well, pick up the kit. You know, we're just trying to speak this one into existence, but
Yeah.
Brennison won't let us.
Yeah, I was 100% right there. I was hoping we'd see some of that action right there. Might be. I really like to go for those plays, so I was hoping maybe we'd get some of that, but playing the safer route. Going and heading on out of this one here. Brennison gonna save some AKs, a kit. 9Z in the driver's seat right now. Some really disciplined Counter-Strike right there. Don't, you know, get too much into the aggression towards that A side. They hold for the flanks. They hold for the re-aggression there. And if Martinez isn't covering his back line like that, could very quickly get out of hand. But they really are covering all their bases so far.
Yeah, a lot of awareness on the team of 9Z, understanding where their weaknesses are across the map. Not letting anything get ahead of themselves. For now, MIBR will at least be able to bring in another full buy, and we do see the op roll out for Safe. He's going to take that in towards Secret right now, but it looks like we might be gearing up for some A-side plays potentially.
They're going to continue to test this side of the map here. After about MIBR being so effective at these quick rotations, quick reactions, but it seems like 9Z have a clear game plan. That's just to continue to these execs towards that A side. Continue to test the waters here on players like Insani and Drop, this duo that worked so well, but is sometimes understaffed on this this A side. I like that from 9Z.
Now, Max is in a little bit of a duel right now to try and draw some attention, maybe threaten that mini-split, but it's the A-side Pock that is coming through right now, and no real defense there. It's only Heaven that's available here for Drop, so while Max falls, it actually is A-side control for 9Z.
Post plan's going to activate soon here with some utility to hold on to. One smoke left for Martinez, just been thrown towards Mini, but there's another lurk taken care of, and they're starting to lose so many numbers.
Yeah, that's starting to close on into this post plan at the moment. DGT needs multi-kills, and now he's in a 1v4. Can't deal even with the flank, and MIBR just really patient on that one. Easy retake.
I mean, that's a bold call to make if you're MIBR. It's a tough call to make, playing a retake like that, where you are still so patient in the post play, even holding for ramp flanks to try and come on through. So many details had to go right there, but I mean, 9Z have a great read. They walk into an open bomb site, and if you're calling, that's about as good as it gets right there. Just in the post plant, MIBR had a better read and were able to manage some of the positions. So far, it feels like a big battle of the brains right now of trying to handle where these resources are flowing.
Yeah, you can't really even say it's one individual taking over there for MIBR. Just really solid. Give 9Z the space and then retake the space with tons of utility and manpower with all the angles available to the CT side. So, just really principled, solid counter-strike there from MIBR.
With two strong callers here. We got some aggression from Safe. It's watched, but they turn the corner just in time.
Boy. Looks on the other side of it. A flashbang finds him a drop. Okay. Just lasers one through the smoke, and they're safe as well. Just DGT, last man standing here in lobby, and Maul lead out. It is just diligence from MIBR.
I mean, last round they gave all that space towards lobby. This time they take it away. They let 9Z sit in their comfort of free map control for the most part throughout these first couple of rounds, and all of a sudden they throw a wrench in the system like that, which is just so devastating right there. Drop spamming 100-0 down one of those poor lobby default. There's just nothing he could do. It leads to a 45-second save now at this point. Maybe they can land some damage on the way out, because Safe has no idea there's a player in CT spawn, nor would you ever think of that.
But Max isn't even going to try and go for this frag. He might have heard him. But nothing's giving right now. Crazy as that is. I mean, it's just such a safe will go down, unfortunately. Because you're like, are you kidding me? He's in my spawn? All right, but just a really solid round. Like, there are so many details that went right there for MIBR.
Yeah, great collapse, great timing on the aggression from ramp there. Not out of the gates, but kind of a slight delay in Safe's pressure. So for a second there, 9Z in the back of their mind, you know, every beginning of the round, you're expecting some sort of proactive play from Safe. He likes to get in your face, especially if he's on a team that will trust him to do so. And so you get into the first 15 seconds and you don't see Safe. You maybe start to relax a little bit, get a little lackadaisical. Well, MIBR even abused that right there. So, like you said, so many things going right. This is MIBR starting to find their footing.
Just a couple of saved rifles for 9Z to put this one against it. We're going to see, you know, some of the flair from Martinez. He's going to trust in his individual ability. Brennan's going to give him a chance. He'll deny that off the opening pick. So, 9Z are just going to have to marinate for a bit.
Just let things settle for now. You have Safe going on a bit of a mission towards Secret right now. Taking the long way around to fight towards this outer yard. Although that's an exit over there towards Secret right now. Safe has the coverage with the op, but they will maintain some of that outer yard control that they gave up in that last round.
Now, though, we're going to see another A-side play from 9Z. No outside control, so everyone's here on the inner site mostly, but now Insani's gone. Drop's certainly been heard. Excellent first kill, but can't hit the headshot on the next. A little 2-for-1 for 9Z. Get them into this site, especially with DGT. Insane shot onto Safe. And Brennan's is going to take that up and, well, try to save. And Max is just going to hunt this one down. Relentless outside lurk as well. And 9Z get the details right again.
Get the headshots to back it up. DGT still fighting, looking for more right now. As there's no escape. Not a chance in this world for Brunesen. Exit last man standing. He's going to have to bail in this round as well. But what an incredible execution. 9Z. Again, roll it right back to that A-side take right there. The faster approach to this play. And all they need is a little bit of firepower. That time it's much more individualistic. You see DGT finding these instant headshots there. Absolutely blasting Insani. And then following it up with another one onto Safe inside heaven. These little headshot angles that he's holding right there. And instantly dismissing anybody on MIBR that wants to try and come through and help out drop there in that tough spot.
See, that's what Sharks were missing. Those kind of explosive plays that can just break open rounds. DGT finds the duel once. And, I mean, Safe, yes, difficult shot to hit, but maybe it's even more difficult for DGT. That is some incredible shooting that get 9Z an easy round victory.
Good question. 9Z coming through here, giving themselves even extra. Finding themselves at 5 rounds. Having to get these adjustments down off of some of the plays that MIBR have been making here, but exit again, this elevated angle has been good here once before, and he will thrive once again, but he's going to get chased down. In fact, he'll get wall banged out of the server. Martinez takes him early.
Oh, man, that's a sick shot from Martinez saying, don't worry, boys, I got you. No risk involved with this one. So a 4-on-4. And 3 players threatening to go down secret here, but a crossfire awaits them.
Another one taking down his counterpart there. Safe hits the deck as well. Martinez starting to heat up here alongside his riflers.
Drop meets this kill.
Smokes are so awkward.
Oh, and DGT's not going to let him have anything. Completely prepared for the next player as well. DGT is fragging.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it here heading into this one, but this guy's ability to find kills, his ability to find these explosive entries here is just on match. And that's why you never can count this 9Z team out too early. I mean, talk about, again, these players that have had to prove so much over these last couple of years at DGT. Huge part of that. And a massive, just staple player for this team. Martinez will finish it off there. Full house between the two. Fantastic duo right now. Playing off each other so incredibly well. Martinez, his job made easy by DGT and some of the firepower, but also starting to find some of the opening work there. And MIB are forced to call a timeout off the back of these rounds.
Yeah, 9Z, they are just, again, steamrolling right now. DGT feeling really aware right now. And also, individuals are just nailing shots right now. They're being given a lot of good positions, though. You do have to remark that. It's not like someone's in a very awkward position and somehow finds a double kill. DGT feels very set up there and prepared for these kind of aggressive moves that MIBR are making in the mid-rounds. Feels like 9Z have their finger on the pulse of what MIBR want to do, just a little bit more.
Yeah, I like the way you put that there. I mean, it just feels like they know what MIBR's going with here. They know what they're going for. And a lot of these rounds, sure, MIBR have been able to punch back here quite a bit with some of the lobby aggression, with some impressive defenses, but I really like the just general game plan that 9Z's come through here. Keep it pretty fast, keep it pretty aggressive here, have some good setups, some good executions. You know, take some of that outer yard control if you can, but rely on you know, players that have been working really well for you. And DGT is one of those guys right now. They're allowing him to play late into these rounds. Martinez, a bit of a biff molly, but it shouldn't hurt them too much, or will it?
Oh, just the one, and it was just a match 10. Guaso Peak will pick up the sticks, and Buddha's on the board as well. Helps out here. Now, Insani, he's out of ammunition. And, well, the pistols do get some damage in. It's 9Z who will just simply walk through them. And to be honest here, Cole, money doesn't matter for this squad.
I mean, they got money to spend right now as long as there's no saved over rifles like there wasn't in that last round. They should be golden right there. So a round like that, you can shake off. It's good to see Buddha on the board here. He's been throwing a lot of that utility for his riflers that have been doing so much work. And so he finally gets his shine as well. Back to another gun round here, and it's no AWP presence for Safe. Look at this for Martinez. He's looking to dive into this action right now.
Trying to get on the angle here. Maybe hunting for a garage player. But right now, no one's home for MIBR. The setup has swapped. Outside, it's empty. Focus more on towards the sights here. Oh, is Safe. Oh, he's going to go for the spam and nearly lines up two. That's all, however. And even Guaso Peak wants a little bit more. It's just... Oh, he made some noise. He missed the jump, and the jig's up.
That's tough right there. That gives over a lot of information here, a lot of concern, attention put towards his position right now. But Safe is still going to be challenged here potentially. And this off angle is tough to manage.
Yeah, but it might not matter because that's the bomb sent forward. That's not what you want to see there for 9Z. Guaso Peak will be spotted off the shadow. And a great headshot from Safe as well. Renison is up top. And DGT is going to have a world of trouble trying to disassemble this setup. And I don't even think he's going to try. 9Z considering the back away, it feels like. He's going to give it a whirl, but now down to 5 HP. Now it's really... And now that's the signs that you should really just go for the save.
Yeah, definitely one of those saves where it's more so making sure that the CT side doesn't get this op or AK, I guess. and you know, bailing out there, because right now plenty of money to go around. 9Z will still have a very comfortable buy for what is going to be the last round of the half there coming on up. But a great defense there. That's something that they certainly needed there. Safe, stabilizing that outer yard quite a bit, building up some confidence here. But MIBR wanting to close out a little bit stronger on the CT side. They need to gather themselves a little bit more steam here. Can do so with an extra round here to make it 5. But I think 9Z are already going to be happy with the way they kick things off. I felt like they came in with the game plan and they were able to execute all the way through.
Yeah, I mean, it's really just an 8-4 half to make you have a breath of fresh air, just feel solid at the end of this nuke T side. We'll have to see. For now, IBR kind of looking to stabilize this half. 7-5 would be nice, you know, always the pistol round away. We'll see here. DT's gonna take a little bit of a peek, but it's just so favored there for safe.
Yeah, I can't even see where he got shot from right there. It was more so focused on the player making noise. Back Silent got exit jumping up here as well. Elevated angle and just about catches Max there on the inbound.
Yeah, Hwasa Peak also drops down to 60 HP, 3v5. And it seems like MIBR have picked the right number here for 9Z. 9Z trying to poke and prod, see what space they can get all on their own. But MIBR holding some nasty angles to deal with. Hwasa Peak finds this entry, could mean wonders for this lower site. And Buddha does pick up one over towards the back of garage, so maybe some opportunity, but little time to do it with.
A little time, but they're starting to spend that defense thin here. Re-aggression rolling through from safe that is punished here. All of a sudden, this 5v3 quickly turns into a 3v3. We're back to an equal playing field, and again, there are some weaknesses on the map that can be capitalized depending on if 9Z move quick enough.
Oh, time's ticking though. 15 seconds, guys. We gotta move. Well, we're not thunderstomping just yet. Now 10 seconds. It has to be the A side. B is off limits, and there's 2 players back of the silo. Bomb's gonna attempt to get planted. Can the coverage be there? It actually is. So it puts Martinez into the clutch. Awkward situation for sure. And Martinez can't hit the big flick. So 9Z run that clock a little too low. And MIBR are now going to bring themselves a 7-half. See if they can work with it after the break.
This world is slowing down. How can I fight it? How can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out. Hold on to what you found. Days that are searing. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal.
9Z really giving MIBR a run for their money on the way to IEM Chengdu. The upper final, not as clean as they'd like it. Let's see if they can at least continue the upset here. 9Z on the hold here towards ramp between themselves and MIBR. Max will back away with the 1-for-1 as this pistol starts off rocky.
Very quick aggression down in towards that lower side, but the reinforcements have arrived onto the scene here of 9Z. They're getting some backup on this site. Still, the utility is so strong right now. They need to find some shots to back it up.
And, well, some extra smokes being put in to really lock out 9Z, like a full-blown lower side execute, and there isn't really anywhere to fight for these pistols, but they will begin to gather for the retake at least. Max has a sight line and does nail at least a shot. Buddha does find one through a smoke as well as it fades. And so, well, an awkward 2v3, not much room to maneuver. They have to fight their way out of this position. Drop will get the plant, however.
These numbers punched in. Here's some quick shots to back it up as well. Starting to finally land some of those shots here, but Martinez trying to chase things down under drop. Can't quite find him in the, behind the silo. Eventually finishes the job there, but DGT just left on 2 HP to try and get this 1v2 done.
Yeah, I mean, it was really an excellent attempt at the retake, but he actually does hear the footsteps, but couldn't hit the initial shot here onto exit. He'll pick it up, but where's the kid? And now you start to realize there isn't any time for this. I mean, DGT is consigned to the bomb, if not drop. So, better run as fast as you can. He realizes there's no chance here. MIBR gonna pick up the pistol.
Everyone hits the deck right there, but MIBR are going to be walking away with smiles on their faces as they close that round down. Scrappy as ever. But you can appreciate the extra utility. Surprising that they have that extra utility, right? When we're talking about, you know, pistol rounds, that the amount of full sets that they had here. Molotovs, multiple smokes for that lower execute, while also being able to brute force their way through ramp room is not an easy task there, so MIBR have a golden opportunity to try and tie things up, try and equalize the playing field, and we didn't get to see much of their T side, but what we did see was flawless versus the likes of Sharks, so still some scares here for 9Z, even though they put some good work into that first half.
It really is. You know, still there for 9Z, but obviously not the start you want on the CT side. And I think a lot of emphasis is going to start going down to Martinez. We all know CT side AOPing on this map is really instrumental. And I think that kind of was one of the key pieces that were missing there for MIBR. Safe never really got activated himself. But honestly, this is probably the strongest point here versus Sharks just the other day. Here, or just not the other day, other series. My goodness. They just kept it completely flawless on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, strong results here. We'll see some sweet eeks. Some USPs getting challenged by the deadly AKs. And IZ might want to just see if he can find some exits. That's the best case scenario. It could be a good idea. Could be the move.
Probably just gonna let these pistols just sit with it, unless the MAC-10 could go hunting.
Though. You know, you try and save over towards T-spawn. I guess you don't really need to leave lobby too much, but bomb damage could put a like safe on a bit of a notice.
Yeah.
Or he has to bail.
Bomb's gonna kind of sweep them into the pistols. We'll see how that one works out as Martinez. There's like a triple crossfire here. Hey, this is gonna be like sardines. They're packed all together. Brandon might go down next, and he will fall, but so do all the pistols as well.
There you go.
D does mop up another though, and that's 4 players who go down.
You only saved the MAC-10 right there. Fantastic little exit strategy from 9Z. Sure, you lose the USP round, but your main goal in those rounds is to just do as much damage as possible. Finding that amount of damage right there, making sure that the MAC-10 is the only thing that they bring into this next round is fantastic. I mean, best case scenario for a round like that.
So, like in this situation, MIBR's money is actually at a breaking point, and eating a grenade to start off this round is not great either.
Catching that with not only one individual, but three to kind of taking the hit there. Brennan's down to half as well with the spam connecting eventually. They got the op in a position to deal some damage. And you wouldn't really expect a glass cannon op with absolutely no extra funding. Martinez manages to find an opening pick, catching Brennan's on the entry.
That's exactly where you want Martinez to do. That's exactly how he plays. Super active as an AWP player. He wants that opening kill. Now Max, back of garage. Good for one, but quickly traded. 3 versus 4, and MIBR are also pretty low on health.
Having to pick up the pieces here. With 2 Molotovs hit. Martinez positioning perfectly.
True.
Second fight he takes is flawless, and Sonny hits the deck now. And IZ, as soon as they get the guns back in their hands, they start to take the reins on this map once again.
This is exactly what you want to see out of the Opper. Just smooth moves across the map. First in secret, then pops up towards ramp. Like finding the right positions to get the right fights. And, you know, clearing out all the extremities. Like, this is exactly what you want out of Martinez.
This looks pretty right there. You love to see an op shot rattle off there on one side of the map, and then, you know, you blink your eyes for a little bit. And then bam, all of a sudden he's in ramp room. That's how MIBR felt this round went, right? They walked into 2 separate op shots right there. And Martinez, with so little utility, with so little you know, armor there, had nothing else outside of his AWP that he trusted that he could do damage with. And he is rewarded. The rest of his team is rewarded with that trust as well. And with all the USP damage, you know, 2 rifle saved is great, but they're going to have to force by Tech 9s around it.
That calls in a tactical timeout. Yeah, Tech 9s is all they have because, you know, 4 players went down in that full eco. Like 9Z finding ways to win even when they lose. And now they are looking to stretch very far ahead, but they do have to beat this bye, and you betcha MIBR are pulling out the playbook for this one.
Have something special cooked up here. For these sort of half-buy scenarios can be so influential. When you talk about, you know, what these 2 teams bring to the table with this sort of game state that we're in right now, 16th round coming up, and both teams' economy could be toppled quickly. That could be enough to start to really send things home. Well, you get a sneaky round here or there. That could breathe new life into this MIBR squad. We'll see what they have in store.
For now, looks like something a bit faster. Already in towards Mini. Safe, escorted in by the utility, and an easy opening kill. Can MIBR capitalize on it?
On a massive weak point right there. That's diving in through Mini right now. They're going to look to extend this favor, and they still don't expect them to be hovering in this position.
Yeah, disrespected there by DGT. Lost out to the timing. Now an excellent grenade, however. Do 9Z want to attempt this, though?
They don't know how much damage they've done right now for a couple of these individuals, and that's leading them to go ahead and bounce on out of this round here. It makes sense going for this sort of move, but it's a tough pill to swallow. Again, as mentioned earlier, the game state right now, super pressured. They're going to bail, and MIBR, again, they come through with that game plan, and it works out well.
Man, that is, you know, again, it's just the strat book there. We're just going to send a player into Mini. So this is what we've seen in these previous rounds. This is what we're going to do to counter it. And 9Z just, we're not expecting Safe to be in Mini within the first, like, 10 to 15 seconds.
Very smart move right there. Coming through from MIBR. Gonna lead this one to be even more competitive right now. They squeaked by again, just around that required weaknesses in the defense there of 9Z. It required them to have a lacking of presence towards that outside, and they managed to identify that perfectly. It's a phenomenal read coming through from IBR, but can they continuously bring that out here? 3 guns saved. Money's not a big deal for 9Z just yet. They'll continue to bring these good purchases on out. Guns around. Spamming smoke, looking for these kills to open things up here. Only one molly left for the ramp player right now.
Yeah, that could be a bit problematic, but you know, some information denial outside with these smokes in play. Where will MIBR group up next? It's not necessarily looking like ramp. Lobby seems to be more the target. Walking through the smoke here. Max is going to get caught out. Branson gets that entry. That's going to lead them into the site. Into DGT, who almost doubles up. Almost salvages the round. Now the emphasis put onto Buddha, and that's an easy kill onto the next, and transfers as well onto Exit. Now it's a 2v2. Oh, but Ships in the Night not being able to see Brennison as he walks into hell. This could be devastating in just a few short moments. Brennison will go up the ladder, however, and Buddha recognizes this, but only sort of. Will his senses betray him? They will. He'll be out in the open and fall. It's Martinez up for the clutch.
Here, impossible read, but he almost gets it done. Martinez could cut him off, but just misses the crossing towards the back of Silo.
Can cut them off here, making sure that they cannot leave. Martinez looking for the players here. He knows where both of them are. He can keep them locked in. Maybe he can dissect these duels. He knows where this first player is. Round the corner. There's the no-scope.
Oh my god.
He positions as well. He'll be able to chamber another up shot, but he doesn't realize that this player has dropped on down. He thinks he's up in heaven. Maybe even a molly to the back of the site, though. Charging forward. Up close, and the no-scope for Martinez. He has the kit as well for the defuse. And what a clutch for 9Z.
Oh my god, the only way he wins that right there, catching him with his arms wide open, chasing these no-scopes down Martinez. What an absolutely insane clutch right there. To even go for that. In a 1v2 with the op, you'd understand if you wanted to bail and save. So many oppers would nowadays, but no, he takes those risks right there. He makes those plays, and Martinez, that's exactly why they prioritize getting this prospect all the way over from Europe here to play with these individuals, and it is clearly panning out right now.
That is so devastating for MIBR as well. They were able to pick up their force by victory. They thought that's the lifeline, that's the road back into the game. We could take our opponent's map pick and just do this 2-0 shuffle all over again. 9Z, Martinez puts a wrench in that plan.
Wow, yeah, that's a incredible clutch. You don't get those every day right there, but again, if you're 9Z, you want to take that momentum all the way home to a map victory right now. But it's not an easy task. MIBR continuing to keep that pressure applied. Force by rolling on in. Tech 9s, some Galil's in the mix there as well. And off the back of another timeout here, MIBR have found a lot of success off these timeouts. They're looking to replicate.
Let's see, it's another A-site pop on the cards here. Flash is prime. And oh, underneath Buddha, Tech 9s and Mac 10s are flooding into the site, and it's a quick 2-for-1. Will MIBR pull off the same thing again? They will! Oh man, it's a complete wash again, and Martinez left, this time in a 1v3.
Yeah, they just had to one-up it this time here. Can you no-scope a third player? This time you might think otherwise. I can go ahead and head out of this one. What a fantastic game plan again, man. MIBR up against adversity there. Have to make it happen with Tech 9s, with Galil's, with Mac 10s. But this A-side execution, the fiery nature of MIBR, the explosiveness that they bring to the table can bail them out of the roughest of situations here. And it has so twice in this half already.
Like, perfect utility usage. That has to be dry run hundreds of times. Again, MIBR just pulling from the playbook right now. Just hit them with the A execute. They can't beat us. And it works again. 9Z without an answer to the A-side pop.
You know, there's multiple game plans. There's multiple, ideas that they're able to bring out of the pocket as well. It's not just the mini drops that they had in store, right? Like you said, that dry run right there will run hundreds of times for all the right utility, for all the right positions, the right pathing. And again, tough spot to be in. But they managed to, force 9Z's economy to collapse a little bit. The AWP getting in the face of
boy.
Martinez with a beautiful shot.
This is exactly where he wants. He wants to be activated in for the fight, but he's really gonna have to step up now. His teammate's fallen. He tries to drop on back. Realizes his position not good enough to fight. 4-on-4, but low HP for Breno.
Positions continue to be pressed here. Drop and his teammate close beside him. And the likes of Exit taking that space over towards Hell. Caught on a bad timing though. DGT just about finishes the job, but will be instantly traded by Drop.
So now into the 3 versus 3. And to creep down this B ramp. MIBR working the space and the information perfectly here. And this could just be a lockout for 9Z. They're on the wrong side.
2 pistols here posted up on this A side alongside the op, but they start to get loud on this rotation. 3 smokes go down. Bomb plant isn't exactly secure. Spam could come through on the low
so
HP bar,
low.
but it just about misses. And he's not going to be able to stop and deny that bomb plant.
Yeah, was a dangerous situation, but now MIBR entrenched in post plants. But if Buddha wins this fight, this breaks the whole post plant open. This could be a retake, but Safe not gonna let it happen. Martinez does hit a nice shot on the drop. Into the contention! Oh
You
my
gotta be
goodness!
kidding me.
Martinez with the wall bang. Where's the smoke? It's not on the right
planted
spot.
there.
It's not planted. It's planted in the wrong spot. Doesn't matter. Martinez, what are these shots? He even has it to back it up. He is just dragging 9Z with this map up 10-9 now.
What is Martinez getting away with here? How is he doing it over and over again right now? Wall bangs, no scopes, it does not matter. These flashy flicks from Martinez continue to give 9Z new life. Now, they need a breather here. They're the ones calling the timeouts because they're the ones, again, that have just been put in a position to close out. 9Z have done it again off the backs of Martinez.
Oh my
Over
goodness.
and over.
Martinez, you know, he was so clueless. Like, you thought for a moment, oh, he's gonna freeze up.
Yeah.
He can't find the bomb. No, he takes it the op and hits an incredible flick onto the ramp player. It's just solo. This guy is winning rounds for 9Z, where they're getting called out positioned by MIBR. This man is hauling it for his squad.
I mean, there's no other way he wins it. He has to hit the wall bang on the player that would never need to peek. He would never in his right mind peek in that sort of situation, right? He has to hit that wall bang, otherwise he's dead to rights. His teammate's probably dead to rights. Then you have to worry about that player over towards ramp room and Safe. And again, underhanding a smoke in a position where the bomb wasn't even planted was what I thought was the final nail in the coffin. No, shakes it off quickly, recovers his composure, and you don't see it once in a series, but you get it twice in one map.
We're just getting battles here. Back and forth. No team can win 2 rounds in a row. Some hero plays from both sides. And now it's just the contact walk for MIBR. 4 players inside a secret are met with the smoke. Will they respect it? We have HEs.
They have him out, I think, too. There it is.
Looks like we're going right on through this one. Max doesn't want to face that. Now we'll swing forward, though, for a double spray down. Great transfer, but the space is there for MIBR.
Gotta deal with Martinez next here, ready to cut him off, but Smoke's gonna buy him some valuable time, and we'll see if he has any more spam left in him or if he will fall back.
Ooh, has Insani been spotted, though? I don't think so here from Wasso Peak. Timing is, well, it's good enough. He just saw the shoulder and will deal with the lurk. So now it just leaves Drop. They got the space in the plant, but 9Z are very likely to have this round. Now at least good attention here from Drop. Should be at least good for the first patient. Oh, but the spray can't connect. And it's going to be 9Z to extend the lead.
Frustrating way to go out right there, trying for that clutch, but of course it was just going to be that first piece of the puzzle. 9Z finally getting 2 in a row there. Constantly off the back of these MIBR timeouts. They've had the right idea, but this time, you know, individual effort prevails quite a bit there. Max with a beautiful multi-kill spray down. Some great timing rolling through for House of Peak over towards that ramp room. And Martinez again influencing the round in the post plant with a nice little op shot here and there. It's just perfect right there for 9Z. But with that bomb plant here, a certain amount of pressure still wants to be applied here. Safe not ready to completely call it. He's going for the full investment. Meanwhile, the rest of his roster goes for the save.
Yeah, he's felt confident on the rifle movements in the past. In these kind of rounds, he's like to take the hero position. Smoke dropped in. I'm not sure how good that is. It does bloom just far enough to be good enough for Wasso Peak.
They're still going to pop through it, it seems. There's that flash when you get through.
Oh, and there it is. Wasso Peak. Oh, what? On the fallback. See you later, Insani. And, I mean, that just cuts down the offense a little bit more.
You got to be kidding me right there. One for the fadeaway. Wasso Peak gets out of dodge, but with some little success sprinkled in the mix right there, and he repositions perfectly as well to help out his teammate. Oh, just about slides back in towards that double door. Barely escaped the ground, but he's going to get chased down with his pistols. He has the distance, though.
Ooh, but can't close the doors, so maybe a little bit too exposed on his angles at the moment. But also with the single door pressure. Brennan hit the shot. Oh, he can! Helped out by Safe, too. That's some space given for the post plant. They still need to fight their way out of this one, and Martinez will not let them leave. 2 versus 4. Brennison checking between the different angles, but the timing could get the better of him here. DGT and Buddha begin the advance. Brennison in some trouble and just need to trade out the kills here. 9Z are looking at a map point. Safe needs to clutch somehow. And he's, oh, looking good. It's awkward here on the site, but the pistol's out for Wasso Peak, and that's just enough. And 9Z, map point.
Fantastic stuff coming through right there. I love the position for Buddha, just to dive right there, completely sacrificing himself, but you want those 1-for-1 trades when you're in a 4v2. That's going to guarantee you the round, so that's just smart CS rolling on out here from 9Z. It's another bomb plant, it's another space, and it's honestly a nice attempt from MIBR to try and make that happen, but again, I mean, once you get Martinez in a post plant, the amount of influence he can have on a round without making mistakes is absolutely incredible. The late round scenarios for him have been so pristine, and he wants to send it all the way home to a map victory here.
Have to see. Trying to hit the timing between them. Oh,
Oh
the
my
backs
God.
instead. Oh, it's brutal here for MIBR. 2 players don't even get to see their opponent.
That is unbelievable right there. Just sniped out of the round. Wasso Peak now the next man to be tested here, but he's got a perfect molly. It's going to keep them at bay, and he's got extra help as well in Martinez.
Comboed with the flash as well. Just stifled here, MIBR, but they have nowhere else to go. No map control anywhere else. They're just gonna charge in towards ramp. Martinez, another shot off the conveyor belt. 22 kills. This CT side offing masterclass gets 9Z nuke.
So impressive right there. Martinez saving them multiple different rounds, but you see some of the rifle prowess also in that first half coming through for players like DGT, who had massive impacts right there. Max spamming 2 straight through that smoke. He was able to deliver. It was a full team effort there from 9Z. I said this was going to be a hard series for them, but starting things off confidently like this on Nuke, having to go through multiple difficult rounds there versus MIBR, who were bringing in some really cool game plans. It just looks so impressive.
I mean, the biggest thing is that Martinez was just the difference maker as well. Like, you could see this a couple of maps when they had this with Try. It's someone who is filling the role as a playmaker. It just makes this team so much more deadly across the map as well. Like, what a player to have on your team, and just dragging 9Z to the finish line right there. Well, I don't think there's anything more to say than that was just a Martinez show.
Yeah, I mean, you're 100% right there. We're talking about not only that second half performance in which as soon as he got that glass cannon off, he did not look back, but that first half as well, beating out Safe multiple different occasions there on the T side opping of Nuke. It's something we don't we don't focus on all that much. We don't really highlight T side Nuke performances if they're struggling, because we know how hard it can be to actually activate. Well, he was able to find so many different opening paths there onto his counterpart in particular, and again, like you said, just a masterclass coming through from Martinez that is definitely going to be something 9Z love to see.
Yeah, that is just something exceptional. And I mean, considering it's only his second full-blown official with this team, I mean, shoot, maybe the sky's the limit. What an individual to have. But for now, it's just 9Z. They're only up a single map. We're raving about them like they might have just won the series. It is far from over. It's MIBR's pick of Ancient coming up next. Maybe it's more of Martinez, or maybe MIBR will make a bit of a comeback. We'll see you guys in a bit. And so we're back with, well, what was just the Martinez show on map number 1. Just an absolutely mind-boggling 22 kills for Martinez, and just ET side, a dominant affair. I'm fine, joined by Cole Extra Henry. We're moving on to map number 2 of Ancient here. MIBR certainly can make the comeback here, but their road to IEM Chengdu has gotten a lot bumpier.
Yeah, I mean, with what Martinez just put up right there, again, 9Z clearly getting their worth out of what was potentially a risky pickup. I mean, coming through and gathering a player here who I would say is looking to get a second chance, a second opportunity. There were some obvious struggles on Movistar for quite some time. They had some good results over the last year. Wasn't as rough as it was in 2022 when they lost some Pius, but still taking a big risk on a younger player here, bringing him into the scene here in South America, and I feel like out of the gates we're seeing some impressive results so far that are making me think here that risk is worth its weight in gold so far. He's been able to put up great performances in that last series to close things out right there. Massive clutches, not once but twice in that last map. Also consistent output, and I feel like what you're going to get out of Martinez as opposed to taking a risk on another new opper is that this guy's already battle tested in Europe. He's got that proof of concept, so I'm very excited to see if he can keep this up.
Yeah, obviously in his time in Europe, he was criticized a little bit for inconsistency and maybe his style. Perhaps sometimes you can maybe read into it, but certainly when he's hitting his stride, you just can't beat him, is the thing. You might know where he is, but he's just so mobile and so ready to get active that, well, MIBR could not outrun Martinez when it came down to the play. So that's the real big task here, is can they beat him on Ancient now as well? Because you bet 9Z are also going to have the opportunity to start in the CTN there.
Yeah, I mean, again, what he brought to the table last map was consistency on both sides of the half, which I really like to see. He was, bringing in a lot of good entries on that T side, helping out DGT with some of the entry firepower, but also that CT side as well. So concerns here for Martinez keeping it up, definitely slowing down, but I do have to say it's going to be a struggle here. It's again, a tough MIBR team to take down. We saw them chew through all 3 of their timeouts, and in every timeout they were able to get that victory in the very next round, or even strings of victories. Obviously not in that second half, but this roster's a tough team to put down. They're going to come through with a quick discussion, and I imagine they're going to come through with some even more motivation, knowing that they've got some stuff to clean up, but there's definitely some potential.
Yeah, obviously, like MIBR were able to pull from the strat book, and I think what saved 9Z was exactly Martinez in general. Like, so many of these A-site pops caught 9Z off guard, saved by multiple clutches and incredible rounds to get them across the finish line. Will they need more of that here versus MIBR? Or maybe we can send ourselves to a third. Well, let's take this one off. Ancient now. MIBR's pick. Let's go.
See if they can start the recovery process here. Again, both of these teams looking for a spot in the finals here with the closed qualifiers for IEM Chengdu, and obviously it would be a fantastic way for either of these teams to kick off their year by locking themselves a position at an IEM. I would be such a great way to start things off, but here we have a tough pistol round start as they look to test this A site.
Yeah, we have DGT back into the site, though, faced off with 3 players, while Brennison pincering in with the rest of his team. It's an excellent execute, and the kill's not landing here for 9Z. Martinez will search for one. And now the rest of the teams are going to pile out of Temple, but right into a crossfire, and everyone gets mowed on down. Wasso Peak in a 1v4 with position noted, just completely boxed in. And MIBR looking so good on these pistol rounds, and they'll continue that.
Yeah, I've had a lot of success on these pistols, but able to start things off here on the T side with some success, collapsing into a pretty much stacked bomb site as well. There's a lot of individuals waiting for them on 9Z. Unfortunately for 9Z, some of those quick headshots just weren't landing, and that left them splitting into their position. Once numbers start to drop, so does that stack, so does that site setup. So great little split coming through from MIBR. They have no trouble getting past that. That's the start they were hoping for here on Ancient. But these second round USPs, when you're playing up against 9Z, you got to be careful.
see. That's safe. Yeah, get that gun out because you're gonna need it. Blossom Peak does at least trade one back. So the pistol stack has been spotted. But now it's gonna start moving around, maybe to the other side of the map here.
No knee-jerk reactions. Really, they continue to just post up in this default, but have left a little bit towards that A side, that defaulting presence that they once had. So, 9Z, you're going to continue to batten down the hatches here and hope that you can collect even more. USP's, though, catching a jumping MAC-10 around that corner. You might get a 1-for-1, but it's going to be tough to get much past that.
Close angle. DGT does get spotted out there. Trying to stare into the wall, and Sonny will clean up the double kill. Again, these USP rounds for 9Z consistently finding some decent damage, but it's really about the capitalization in the next.
That's what it's all about. Just trying to do some exit damage. Another map that does quite a bit when it comes to the bomb radius. See what Martinez can manufacture. There might be a Galil around there if they didn't dispose of it. And there is. So there you go. Martinez walking away with a little bit extra bling there, and gonna go ahead and call it. Nicely done. MIBR.
Back off the spawn.
He's getting his boots wet.
Yeah. I do like the water. Say that is, you know, out of the many gripes in CS2, it's not the greatest thing to be excited about, but I do like the water.
Is there any big fishes in this water?
I don't think there are. They would be like, you know, 3 eyes. This water is definitely not safe to drink, guys.
Buddy, still water.
Yo, in Southern
That's what you need
California,
if you're ever out in the wilderness. You got to make sure you're going with that stream flow.
I could joke about where I'm from. That's basically the LA River. What? I'm not wrong. All right. Anyhow, joking about my hometown. I'm the only. I can take shots like that. But for right now, for MIBR, a little contact walk out, and it's worked out nicely. Empty sight in front of them right now.
Great call coming through here. Finding the weakness right now. Got their smokes down, and the bomb plant is successful. Matrixing those bullets, man. It flies right over his shoulder. But Martinez, I want to manufacture a kill right quick. At least got to bring some stability here in the 5v4 post plant.
Time's beginning to tick here, Cole, and just a single kit onto Buddha. If that hits the floor, that could just be the round right there, but Martinez continues nailing shots. There's a second one, but Insani adds another to the tally. Smoke onto the bomb. Gotta get on it quick here for Buddha. He's starting to stick. Now need to get the spam in, and unable to find it. DGT and Max with the coverage, and it's 9Z with the retake.
Martinez just doesn't have an off button in these retakes, man. I mean, the output that he finds here, you started off the round at a 5v5 post plant. It's not easy to recover as a defense, as a CT side, but the angles that he covers for his rifle is to scale. He just catches MIBR in these small detail mistakes, maybe just a little over eager to jiggle out a corner, to peek an angle, and sometimes they're not even mistakes. He's just getting plucked out through walls or getting no-scoped by an op that instantly dismisses you before you can even fire a shot off field. This time, looking to make sure Martinez gets no shots fired right now. They're up towards the ramp already, but Buddha deals with the pressure.
Really important there as well. Establishes some extra control here, but double swing in. Brennison deletes too. And Buddha also so low, down to 13 HP. Is not in a great position to hold this one off. Playing the committed angle, and there you go. Just falls on low HP to save. 2 versus 4. Not so well has just been handed right back to them. A triple kill for Brennison. And that's going to be a bomb plant and a save for Martinez.
Potential cutoff right now. He's smoked the molly to get out of dodge. Should have been heard. And Insani is on the hunt here. Loves to be on the extremity finding these saving players and should hear the footsteps. Martinez is going to be closed out on.
Oh my. This guy. What is he made
Turn
of?
around and go get the clutch real quick for us.
Yeah, you better stay close to that bomb safe. Martinez, if he had the speed, he would go for the clutch, but not going to be able to beat the bomb. So, oh, damn it. My goodness, this guy is just...
Terrorists win.
Unbelievable. Brenison might have a chance. Oh, Martinez did hear the footsteps.
Gosh.
Saved by the bell. MIBR up 3-1 now.
Just about escapes there, but MIBR quickly recovering. Martinez still putting up a little bit of flair right there, even in a losing effort. But Brenison, there's some of the firepower that he's able to bring to the table. Getting one kill is great, right? You expect to trade when you get double swung, but clotheslining the next guy on 1 HP is the icing on the cake right there. Really securing that round. Making sure that Buddha was never getting any help there.
Excellent grenade and mid control for 9Z, really suffocating on that one. And Hansani also falls down to 21. MIBR just eating the entire control here from 9Z, and it could get worse. Max does land some tags. Tons of information, tons of map control, and a man advantage for 9Z.
Any sort of effort that MIBR take in trying to establish map control is immediately punished there, so no space taken really. They have a little bit of ground outside of this B side, sure. It's more like 9Z are beckoning them on in here. More than anything. They want to give Martinez a chance to fire away without ops, so giving them a false sense of security for right now. Again, and he starts off this round so incredibly low with spam and HE damage done. Mid control really well maintained.
Look at how forward Martinez is playing right now. Super vulnerable to a single flashbang. But there has to be one. And Safe's got it. He's about to get blinded up and destroyed. Punished on the aggressive play there. And MIBR will have a B site as a result. Being control. Established! I say that as DGT finds one through the wall through the smoke. And that is devastating here for MIBR. They can lose another. Exits plant is also going to be denied. And catastrophic here for MIBR. They're out of time.
They're planting the bomb, but they're planting it exposed to the pillar right there. And 9Z are capitalizing on that perfect. There is, kind of protection around the concrete, but they couldn't quite find the bomb plant there. Instead, they get plucked out through that short side smoke. And again, just a small detail there for MIBR. They very likely could have had the bomb plant if they were able to lock that in. They probably could have had the round a little bit easier, but to make sure that doesn't take place there. 9Z very diligent.
Hello there. And they keep it up with us. The pace is immense right now from 9Z. And drop falls immediately. Exit searching for a refrag, but could just get double swung instead. Pop flash right in his face, and the whole team goes down. DGT and Max, the Uruguayan combo there, and all of 9Z sent MIBR packing.
Nobody could see a thing right there. Everyone was just full white, dabbing to the flashes as they all get smoked. I mean, nothing you can do right there. Again, 9Z suffocate the control. If you're MIBR, you get led to believe that you could take some of the space towards the B side just to be met by a perfect flashbang to blow up in your face. Beautiful collapse coming through from 9Z, and that's all about, what Ancient comes down to be here. That's what you need to do on your CT side, is be able to come through with multiple ideas to collapse on the offense, to collapse on the default, and back-to-back rounds they've done so.
That's a brutal way to lose this round. Look at this. 9Z might win this round without taking a single point of damage. This round just ended.
They wouldn't even have seen their opponents outside of the first player to go down. That's the only guy that saw anything, and I think he still got flashed. So if you're MIBR, you got caught by a white light, and then you were watching your teammate play the rest of the round.
Like, you actually just, saw the light at the end of the tunnel. Gotcha, and you got transported. And look at all the X's on the map. They all virtually went down in the exact same position as well. It is wild round there from 9Z.
About as good as it gets. That is, that's a dream round for anybody that's calling up a storm right now. If you're on the side of 9Z, if you catch the entire team fully blind and with multiple players collapsing in from, you know, mid and cave, it just doesn't get any better than that. There goes a big full gun round. What is going on here? Where are these nades going? Is that to blow up in the smoke?
Maybe to blow up in the smoke and then a hot flash to follow up. It could work because players backs turn, hot flash good, and you know it works out for a pick. Catching DGT out in the open, and Sonny gets another. Now stepping forward, Max trying to toy with the angles here, but doesn't want to extend too far forward. Instead, it's up to Martinez, who will nail the first shot, rifle down onto the floor. Is he ready for the follow-up, though? Tucking away towards the site. Could have too many players on his plate. Misses a shot to close in, but there's a headshot. Now the op, not in time. 2v2. And Max, though, is just going to keep up the pressure. MIBR cannot breathe here.
Oh, he pushes past the smoke. Max. Barrel spotted, I think, but Exit's just going to lock in a bomb plant.
Oh, he will be able to get it in, but now Armorless with the rifle to put through the smoke. Surely he goes down, and Max will do him in. I mean, an excellent attempt there from MIBR, but 9Z continue their winning way.
Again, that's MIBR always having some sort of cool idea right there. That little HE flash combo, like you mentioned, to blow up in that smoke, give him vision for Insani to work with the rifle, catches him off guard a little bit, and they might trip up there, but Martinez stabilizes again. I mean, finding the 2 kills to answer that back. Sure, he does get traded, but then you've bought enough time by playing behind that default box for Max to dive through the smoke, and just find yourself into a lead now. Is again, it might be our lean on these timeouts as much as possible.
Just simply, you know, I do see MIVR having a bit of a way with their mid control. It kind of shows to 9Z that they're still able to figure you out. Again, they still have a playbook on this map, and that one worked out perfectly. Just a shame that Martinez doubles up and 9Z able to clutch out that 2 versus 2. But, you know, the idea is there for MIBR.
9Z don't seem too concerned with that either. Go right back to that heavy mid influence like we've seen. And now, I mean, you can see the sort of lineups here that they're going. Maybe you're going to try that play, run it back there, set up Insani once again. That similar execution. Or just wait out this early utility. They've been caught with spam and early utility damage so much. Might be the best idea going forward here is to just let 9Z coast on this mid control early round and try and take it later.
In the meantime, Max has basically gotten all this B-side control for free. MIBR is stuck in their spawn at the minute mark. So what's the
brawl forward here, it seems. Look towards middle. Here's that waiting of utility like I had mentioned, but what a great Molotov here. It's going to throw a big wrench in their system right now.
Forcing him over to the A main side where Martinez lies in wait. Oh, but he takes out a smoke. Maybe at the worst possible moment, they take the opportunity to leap on through. Peak needs to double up. He does, and he gets a third as well. Now picks up the off as well. He is just going off. That's a 4K for Peak with 2 different weapons.
Oh my god, he can do it all, man. Shows up big time with the A1S right there, locking all those skills down, picks up the op for 1 extra. Could get the ace as well if Insani wants to gift it to him by diving around this smoke. There's Insani showing up on the screen. Buddha catches him finally. A miss for Peak, but it doesn't have any long-term implications on this round. He could go down after time. He does, Max.
Oh no.
Gonna get that last one after time. And 9Z extending their lead even further now.
And $0 for Insani as well. And maybe just a bit of frustration here from MIBR. 4 players powered through A main. They even got the opening pick onto the offer. But they fly through the smoke right into Peak, and, you know, Insani can have no influence on that round. There could be something brewing here badly for MIBR. We're going to see just the Tech 9 fly forward again, and they all drop on the B lane once more.
Piece by piece is breaking apart right now. 9Z cracking through right over and over again. Collapse after collapse. So many different ways to take this space here. And again, I mean, not that unfamiliar here to see a 2v5, a 1v5 pretty early in these rounds. If you're 9Z, you've found yourself in these dominant positions early on. They're just sitting on top of the bomb here with a minute and 5 left. Knowing that they've got themselves a 6th round already.
Yeah, the max security prison's already in place. There's nothing to do here for MIBR. Exit will walk forward. I mean, just fortunate to be alive. Might try to steal an op away. But not a chance there. Facing down Martinez. Just leaves drop opposite side of the map. I mean, you know, it's not all said and done in terms of this half. Like, MIBR still have purchases on the way, but it really is just the tone in which 9Z are winning these rounds. Now, that's an insane shot, but nothing more than that. 6-3, but 9Z are winning these rounds with 4-5 players alive at the end of it.
That is a statement right there. Building up some fantastic economy. Finding themselves in such a strong position in these early rounds here. You finally see a little bit of a change. You see them slow things down a little bit just 2 rounds prior. I thought it was going to work out well. I mean, they got a masterful timing onto Martinez that you don't get every day. And they have individuals that can pull rounds back here. I mean, again, something that you can't really test this MIBR roster all that well with. But MIBR looking to punch back here. They found themselves a weakness, finally. And it's on that mid side. Or
Yeah,
B side, rather.
Already. Up close to sight, pop flash perfect, and Buddha has no chance on this one. MIBR with this little pocket strat. Able to work out. Mid-sight smoke, allowing them to sneak on up easily, and Exit will not go down to the wall bangs again.
Scary plant spot right there. You could potentially go down, but 4v5, they still want to give this a try.
Ooh, and now especially Max able to take down what was the bomb planter, and 3 players kind of trapped inside of cave, now met with the smoke. This could be devastating. Safe, going to try for the reposition, met with Huaso Peak, picks up the AK. He's looking to take this one to the house as well, and spots 2 more players, but need to get on that bomb as soon as possible, and well, the realization is there. DGT is just going to try and take him down on the back end. He almost does. Bredesen should go down, but MIBR get the round.
Janus gets out with his op as well, but again, MIBR just, they want to get some rounds on the board here. And finding rounds where you have an open B bomb site, like you said, that little pocket strat that they bring out, a little pop flash in towards that cave side of things here. It's something we've seen work once before. But then they got spammed out by quick rotations. This time 9Z were in no position to rotate in time, so good to see some coordination there. We are able to recover in a close night situation. And Sunny burning in the flames here will sacrifice some of his HP for an entry onto DGT. That's phenomenal stuff.
Exceptional. And Huaso Peak unable to trade. And finally, MIBR starting to find their footing here in terms of that mid control. Like, they might have 9Z's number, but is it a little too late in the half?
That's a question here. Found themselves a position where they can start to stabilize on this T side here. How much can they take away here throughout the remainder of this half? They still have to chew through this purchase.
Oh boy. The swing, it's perfect from Insani. The complete read into Martinez's position. Not a chance to shoot back on that one. And now a simple walkout of cave should just be in order. Still being very patient about this one, our MIBR. But 9Z will not challenge, and instead, the deficit's now just only 1.
Smart idea to save here. It will facilitate what will be a decent purchase still in this Next round, Martinez has enough to buy an op potentially. What an entry coming through from Insani. Make it a double as well. The one towards the middle, diving through his a smoke that he's thrown. I mean, sometimes can be a passive player, but probably putting a little priority on himself to force these players off towards mid. Over and over, we see that MIBR haven't had great answers to how this mid control has been taken by 9Z. Well, smoking a molly, flying into the action here. That could be the way that you start to secure some pressure there in a position that you haven't been able to take too much, and then following that up with another onto an Martinez like that's just a step too far right there. Very impressive stuff from Insani.
Yeah, I mean, also gotta commend the playbook again from MIBR as well. It's just giving them these kind of auto win rounds where they don't really have to, you know, frag like a beast. Even then, with like Martinez hitting the one shot, there's some players around the corner just ready to trade him. And now, they're gonna try straight B play, but this time on inbound, it's 2 rifles, full automatic, and then Martinez picks up the slack as well. MIBR gets shut down at the door. They try to test this B site again, but Z, this time around, are completely prepared.
Yeah, I mean, again, MIBR, one too many times to find themselves onto an open B bomb site. So 9Z reinforce it with way more numbers than in the past. And find themselves very likely onto a 7th round here, unless Exit can say much more about it.
Yeah, and remember, this is with MIBR picking up the pistol round too, so a really solid CT side, considering the adversity for 9Z. Obviously, Exit, you know, weirdly enough, that bomb is available for pickup, but, you know, you'd have to theoretically be swinging into an AWP. 30 seconds, though, and there's no AWP on site, so he'll pick up the bomb. Now spotted, though, and Martinez here to finish this one off, to walk forward in the angle, but still lands damage. And I think that's just simply enough. He'll walk out towards middle, into the jaws of Huaso Peak. 7-5 here for 9Z. A really good CT side half. Can they translate that, though, for a 2-0? And so 7-5 here. 9Z with the potential 2-0 over MIBR looming. Even on their opponent's map pick as well. They had so many dominant rounds. But again, can they translate this to the T side? Maybe the job becomes a lot more difficult. I'm fine, John McCullough, X McHenry. As we have a little cave control being established. Brennison about to receive. Trying to hit the headshots on the taps. Martinez clearing out all the close angles. And now the T's rapidly approach. Brennison is going to play close range battling with the dual Berettas. And it works out for the one. Anything more will be denied by DGT. Now it's Drop's turn, though, to swing forward. And a 2-for-1. 9Z will reel.
Quickly bail, though. Over towards this A side here, which Hasu Peak has just laid claim to. Although no overextension just yet. Finally, a peak takes place there from Insani. Catches out Hasu Peak, and that probably is going to force some reroute, some different decisions here.
Yeah, Max does find the positions of 2 more players. Buddha could have a 1v1 on his hands. Maybe get him back into the round, but Drop looking to say no to that one. Dismissed. And now Buddha tossed into the 1v4, hoping for a bomb plant here. And we'll be able to cross, but it goes down to 6 HP to drastically reduce his chances. And exit will take him down. MIBR keep up their pistol round success.
It's the classic right there. You get one pair of dualies, and you're like, okay, finally we got the raid boss. And then you turn the corner again, and there's another pair of dualies right there waiting for you. It is so frustrating, but it's so effective on the CG side, especially on a map like Ancient, where you can take a lot of those close range duels. And MIBR again have their chance to try things up with this consistent pistol success. That is one thing all day that they have had in their back pocket.
Oh, but a good flashbang thrown on through, but nothing more than that to be said. Nice flash. 4 players charge through a smoke. They all go down, and then the caboose falls off as well. So, quickly like that, 7-0. 9Z ain't keeping us waiting.
Back to that tied scoreline before the first gun round rolls on. Out of the gates, we'll see if 9Z can put up a fight here on the T side as well. So much success in that first half, so they know their protocols. They got them down to a T. And they execute upon them here. Fast towards this B side. Just for Martinez, though. He's the one taking that space. He doesn't have an op, but can still make some rifle work happen.
Yeah, this is consistent mid-sight smoke being as well. And Martinez almost finds the entry. But instead, it's Insani in middle who drops Max. Trying to make a play through the smoke. So 9Z fall on the opener again.
So much damage to this T side as well. Look at the low HP bars for Buddha and DGT. You got damage down. Well,
Okay.
Martinez eventually finds his opener. Just a little bit delayed, a little bit late. What is going on, though, right now in MIBR's game plan here? Completely evacuating the B side of the map. I mean, there is nobody rotating at all here. No pressure going to be put in this position in. With these players being so low, you can kind of afford a retake, but I mean, once you get to space, you kind of want to get these players back where they need to be.
Yeah, and well, they kind of do get a lot of the space. The jump spot's in middle. Sees that it's clear. Now 25 seconds, and the smokes begin to rain on through as 9Z onto the site. 15 seconds remaining. Oh, this could go down to... There's going to be a nade to the smoke here. Drop going to underhand that. Martinez could be in some trouble on the bomb plant, but instead will just hold his line, but can't cover for his teammates there. Safe with a double there on the MP9, and that's going to be an easy retake for the bit of a bonus from MIBR, and they'll take the lead.
Yeah, I mean, investing those mid resources and the fashion in which they did it, it provides so much comfort. MIBR go and clear that middle side of things, and 9Z are still kind of defaulting around. They're still trying to work this map control, and in doing so, they let MIBR get comfortable towards middle and therefore get comfortable towards that B-bomb site in time. And so everyone's there close by the HE through the smoke. I think it was a little risky, but again, gets the job done.
think the low HP bar is definitely helping there.
Right, yeah, and that's what I was thinking the HE would be used for, but again, I don't know how certain they were of how much damage they've done. We get a little half buy here. DGT going for the rifle. You know he's good for a nice entry or two, which can make these rounds all the more scary.
Yeah, he's going to start marauding with a teammate. Maybe he can trade out Buddha if it comes down to it. You can see how the meta on Ancient has developed a little bit. There's this mid-site smoke that keeps dropping in over on that B site. And it makes things really annoying for the defenders, potentially. And now the full-blown right-left smokes. No one's actually home on the site. So flashbang in should just allow for easy access, bar some smoke spam.
Playing in it. Retake here up against these pistols. Can let the distance close here quite a bit. The HE the smoke trying to blow it open there. Get vision on these players and start to land some kills.
Loses one back though from DGT, and now the smoke is faded. Who does that favor? Duels begin to open up. Max inside of the smoke with the Tech 9, trying to dodge out between the bullets. Now charging through, and Sonny has a player right behind him, but it's exit to cover. 2 versus 2, but a headshot from Buddha. That is massive. There's another from the Tech 9 too. Flying through the smoke, Martinez will get it in as well, and a half buy for 9Z.
Martinez does it again, man. The impact that he delivers late in these rounds. Post plans on the T side, doesn't matter on the CT side. He can do it all. And with the Tech 9 quickly dispatching of the last 3 players right there, finding those quick kills. And putting 9Z right back in the driver's seat. Again, these sort of half buys are so threatening, especially when you give that level of space that MIBR did. They played for the retake. They had the utility to get it done, but weren't able to make it happen there. That's so frustrating for MIBR.
Martinez charging forward now. He's just feeling it. The wind in his sails. And Brennison almost goes down. Just a wall bang is all he'll take. Max is constantly playing around this smoke. Oh, he's going to get right into again. Exit with the spam. And down he goes. Just the dink.
Yeah. Surprised out of the round right there. Before he can flash his way through it, get spammed down. Great stuff from Exit to start things off like that. Again, this mid-control heavily influenced from MIBR. Able to maintain that space there. Pretty healthy. Drop with only a P250. Does have a lot of utility though, at least. And that's going to help out on this B-site defense.
So that smoke will bloom. Oh, but Brennison and these wall bangs has not been having a fun time. Boot up with the swing. Oh, the timing is abysmal for drop. Safe, though, will double up to save his team. But now really feeling the pressure from the remainder of 9Z. This should be a bomb plant.
Bomb plant at least here, but Safe doing such a good job of staying alive right now. Still able to influence this round here. Meanwhile, Martinez with an op and a post plant. Not the man you want to click tab and see if you're on the side of MIBR.
He even gets to post up in towards CT spawn. While Huaso Peak starts to listen for his opponents. Martinez with an exceptional angle. These positions basically isolated now. Huaso Peak will lose out on that fight. And now Martinez in some trouble and misses the shot as well to back it up. A time. Lucky that Insani was the player with the kit. It goes down to the final seconds, but MIBR with the retake.
Huge sigh of relief right there. Like you said, Insani has a kit. They will maintain their composure here as a pause gets called out. I mean, that round I felt like couldn't have gone any better for 9Z, and some of the timing. Finding a big entry right there onto Brennison. I mean, Exit, sure, he does find the opening pick, but the stuff that they did to pull that back, it was all right. They just missed a crucial trade. If they trade out Safe, you could be talking about a save round for MIBR. And it's curtains, but that's that sort of experience that Safe brings to the table here. He's going to keep his team in this one safe and sound for now, and see if they can keep that rolling.
Yeah, still wanting to put on the pressure there, not focused on the reposition, but focused on the frag itself. And I mean, honestly, Safe's rifling this series has probably been the more impactful than his opping. So keeping his team in it, holding on to the lead and trying to force that third map off of the scare from 9Z, but still more ground to cover and still more pressure from 9Z.
Absolutely. Constantly looking to topple this MIBR team to wait for the flash to collapse here in return. Tough in, risky to even throw that right there, but DGT making sure they force them back as well. Equal exchanges here all throughout the map right now, but both teams looking for a brawl. They're looking for a duel here. Whoever's gonna take that first initial fight somehow. Not too much damage exchanged so far.
So minute on the clock, and once again, we've seen this position from MIBR's perspective, but locked away in spawn. You have to pick somewhere to pop out from, and the A site is about to be under some serious threat at the moment. Smokes to the sky, and Safe in trouble. What will his position be? He sees the shadows, but now a molly at his feet as well. Gonna force him onto the angle, but still nails the shot and is actually able to back away too. That buys time for Drop to get into position, and then Safe hits a collateral through the smoke. Things go from bad to worse for 9Z, and still in the sight is Drop as well. Bomb on the floor, and tough times here for 9Z with only 15 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, near impossible to plant the bomb even, so with 10 seconds left, you're just trying to do some extra damage on your way out. There's 2 kills though, Drop to finish, making sure that there's no extra. And they don't pick up the op there. That's a decision made here by MIBR. Like you said earlier, honestly, with the rifle work from Safe, he's been super strong, so he's going to keep that up there, but a round like that can inspire a lot of confidence. Still though, 9Z not out of gas just yet. Managed to make some Mac 10s, AKs float into this round. Sure, they might be lacking some firepower, but make up for it in speed.
Another smoke play to be made from 9Z more towards middle, but Max's smoke, his cover gets broken. Over 9Z in another duel. And that molly wasn't there. You best bet he's going for the big swing. But nothing gives. But now, maybe even thinking of smoke. Mid control on the cards though, and Sonic facing off against only a couple of Mac 10s, now has the backup of the op as well. But a molly is excellent. And Sonic can just go down straight up, and now forced to smoke himself out. A Mac 10 right next to him.
Oh my god. How do they get themselves in this position here? Max knows his opponent waiting right on the other end of that corner, whether it's a op and AK, he doesn't know for sure. But there's a lot of players right around that corner now.
Oh, does he see the barrel? He does it. Sonic's gonna walk forward into his doom. But Brandon will come through with the trade. That's gonna prompt the execute though from 9Z, and it's just Safe off. Now smoked off. Trying to thread a bullet through this smoke. He's thinking about it. Instead, it'll be Drop to find the kill. Oh, this could be devastating. Wasopix needs to get this bomb plant in, hope and pray, and he'll get it with a headshot through the smoke. 3v3.
Chance here on the retake, but they're moving quickly. The smokes have just faded.
Drop maybe gonna push forward due to the on the off angle. Will make good on it. Now a 2v2, but exit. Tap, and Wasopix down. It's up to DGT here. In for the clutch. He's gonna hype for the first kill, but not ready for the second. Safe's rifling continues to be incredible, impeccable, and the defuse is there. MIBR gonna establish a 3-round lead.
Safety in the clutch right there for Safe. He's gonna secure another round here. He's gonna pick up an op. So able to find that in this round for MIBR and find themselves on 11 again. Tough rounds to fight for here. It comes down to the wire. It comes down to these very close situations, and right there, I mean, it's so well played from 9Z. Max is over towards the middle, clapping his hand, saying, hey, you guys are gonna have to spend all your resources trying to find 2 Mac 10s in middle, and they really make him work for it. And that leaves an open B bomb site for execution. an exit, the real facilitator of making sure that that round doesn't get too far out of control, and that MIBR can stay afloat in the series.
Trying to double nade plus molly combo onto Insani, but somehow he's only down to 72 HP, still in fighting condition. And could be facing off shortly versus Max. You're thinking about the swing, the double swing, but Max absolutely prepared. Branson sidelined immediately.
Sonny's still left in a tough spot right now as well. Does he
Pop flash.
stay or does he go? But there's that flash to execute some aggression.
And, well, he gets spotted, but no kills. Inconclusive. With a minute on the clock, Insani maybe looking for some smoke spam on the back end. But then you're going to get punished for reloading behind the smoke. Max is just unbelievable. And Drop can't hit his spray either. It's a 2 versus 5 for MIBR.
Max is so unreasonable going for a play like that. Maximum risk right there, and he is able to find the kill. Like you said, you are never safe reloading behind the smoke. And it's going to lead to an instant save call. Because of how close these rounds have been, they have to go for these sort of moves all of a sudden.
Just maniac plays that are happening right now for 9Z. They're one of these teams that really like to take the individuals to the next level. If you see an opportunity, go for it. Max, the leader, the IGL, takes matters into his own hands. Absolutely crazy scenes there. Yeah, they're looking at him like, who are you?
I mean, that's now 2 rounds in a row where just the brazen behavior of Max has got him in a winning position. Didn't quite work out on round number 19, but on 20, he does find what he was looking for, and that's a massive amount of impact there, and punishing some of the mid-pro activity and B-side, like cap pro activity that MIBR have really taken a liking to. Now it leads them with 2 rifles, but 3 USBs.
Oh boy. And it's not the place you want to be. Safe with the AWP smoked out of the mid-house. He's out of there, bouncing, and already down a player for MIBR.
Now man advantage. Like you said, down a player. Safe. Looking for all sorts of repositions right now. He knows he needs to be a facilitator with that AWP. I think that's the big key right now. He needs to find an equalizer, find some kills that can help out these USPs to maybe have a little bit more impact. Without it, this round very well could be doomed. And right now, 9Z are kind of defaulting, waiting for that re-aggression.
Yeah, they're looking for information, but MIBR aren't going to give them anything right now. They have a lot of B-side control, so might as well complete the round where, you know, generally know it's safe. Speaking of which, he just gets deleted by DGT, and that should prompt the B-side play.
The guy that loves to go nice and aggressive. DGT gonna find himself an entry. At this point, might be nice to try and save onto what you can, but that's no guarantee. Also peek. Looking for a little bit of fun over towards that A side. But again, Op is recovered. And he should be able to get out of here. But
Yeah,
double
so
digits
I
for
guess-
9Z.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy. At least MIBR will be able to, you know, hold on to what they got, but 9Z have been, you know, finding some wild ways to win rounds, but that's kind of the nature of this team. They want to stay unpredictable. And so, you know, you see these crazy things happening, like, well, Max doing his thing through smokes. He will get opt down in this one, not wanting to use any guns. It'll just be Buddha to go for the hunt, but Brennison will survive. That's all that matters here for MIBR, but the deficit now only 1.
One is no big deal. Team like 9Z. Yeah, MIBR back to leaning on these timeouts. Now, fortunately, late into this game here, we are going to be seeing multiple timeouts still available for MIBR, especially if they're able to win one of these next couple rounds. You might as well chew through them, because you get an extra one in overtime. The timeouts have led to a lot of success here. And again, this is a roster that's been able to place their trust and not only the leadership, but also the coaching staff here that's been brought to the table in bit. So we'll see if they can hold steady here and try and close out for a third map.
We'll see. I mean, 9Z have been a tenacious team, continually finding unique ways to win rounds. And they do it versus MIBR. Do we need a third map here? Now they're taking it easy on the default right now. A very careful approach. And they got that B lane control at least to kick it off.
Might be more willing to play a bit more passive after these last couple rounds where Max has gotten in their face. And that's the adjustment that MIBR go for off the back of that timeout. That's a little change here is that, you know, this time 9Z, they use all this utility to take space that they once had to fight tooth and nail for. They get it for free, but they're still using some of that utility. Meanwhile, the little utility that MIBR has left still can be used effectively. Multiple smokes on the B bomb site. That's so useful late into the round.
Now starting to run out of utility here. MIBR. No mollies and 2 smokes remaining in the tanks, but 30 seconds, maybe that's just enough for what they want. Safe looking for the jump spot though, and he's not going to be able to find anything. 9Z being just so annoying, such a nuisance. But now 20 seconds to make a decision here, Cole.
Max has a big flank opportunity. They could split in towards his A-bomb site. They gotta go quick though now.
Oh, and they spot out Insani. Surely he gets traded here, but now running through the smoke right into exit. There's a double kill. There's the bomb on the ground, and 9Z too much time. They're waiting and waiting for MIBR to do something, but MIBR just hold their nerve the whole round.
Well, that's the value. I mean, you mentioned it. Those 2 smokes that they had left, that was at 30 seconds. That can be so useful, and you can see the impact that those smokes did have eventually when they underhand it towards that donut position. You might know where these players are, but you still have to dive through a smoke to get to a crossfire. That's going to be near impossible to break past. And you can see the output that MIBR go for. A huge change of pace off the back of a timeout. They don't get as aggressive, and it works wonders for them. Oh my god!
What? But
double zoom.
9Z are still in the server, and Martinez has a hell of a shot to open up this one.
I just saw the x-ray of the B plays right there, and then all of a sudden, you have Safe in the feed as well. Chewed up by Martinez, and that's a big opener.
Oh, and Bren is in. Wants a fight back. DTT. Not gonna give it to him just yet, but Martinez caught jumping up on the double boxes, and there goes 2 more back. MIBR could close out the map here despite opener, and now flies through a smoke right into the setup. MIBR, it's premeditated here, and it's 9Z who will have to see this one go to a third map.
Found themselves in a tough spot here on Ancient again. MIBR, you know, despite 9Z's creativity and adaptions, MIBR have had the same case, man. They have such good game plans. They've had good reactions. They've had the good adaptations, but maybe House of Peak's not ready to give up on this one just yet. With a nice headshot and with a player low on HP, Brenna's in. Gonna be put on notice here. How diligent is he?
He's gonna sprint down to the bottom of middle. 30 seconds to think about this too.
He's got bomb.
But where does he go with it? Over to the A site. The drop is lying in wait. And Huaso Peak should know exactly the problem that's in front of him. An excellent play here from Drop. Just don't make yourself a target. Fake plant. Drop's not even gonna go for the swing. Kill fast enough here. I don't think so, and he has to plant in the open. MIBR will dodge a scary 2-0 to drag us to Inferno.
Yeah, I mean, again, very scary stuff from 9Z. Put up a lot of output right there on that T side. Had a lot of great adaptions. Had Martinez play it very well on some of those post plants. Still, But that's MIBR coming through with that stability. That's that practice put into test right there, right? When the game gets tough, when you have these, tough economic situations that you have to get past, you need some sort of adaptation there, where you saw Max really have some responses to the aggression that MIBR was throwing at them. Well, they stop and they slow things down a little bit. They throw some great utility late into a round, and again, that's MIBR showing how stable they can be with how much depth they have.
Yeah, they're not giving 9Z anything to swing at for a couple of these rounds, not giving away any information, and 9Z forced into some bad calls, and that's where MIBR were able to take advantage of it. Really good setups across the board for MIBR to close out that CT side, but now we land on Inferno, which turns out to be a bit of an awkward middle ground.
Yeah, I mean, again, deciding things off here on Inferno, definitely going to be a fun way to close things out. As you said, can be a little bit awkward with these two teams kind of both leaning into this as the decider, getting a couple of those late bans out. So looking forward to seeing how these two teams close. It's kind of new territory, uncharted territory for both of these rosters.
Yeah, it's going to be messy. It's going to be crazy. But one thing is for sure, Martinez still in the server. Let's see if he can bring some of that fire, or can MIBR walk away as the favorites ahead in towards the finals to try and get themselves a spot at IEM Chengdu tomorrow. With that, we'll be off to a break. Inferno up next.
Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, can I fight it? How can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out. Hold on to what you found. Days are deceiving. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, promising me I'll move inside of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, promising me look into my face. Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. Take me down, leave me lost and found.
And so we land on Inferno, which is just a really weird decider that we're going to have to settle down on between two exciting maps of Counter-Strike, between MIBR and 9Z. So just explosive Counter-Strike all across the board, and then it came down to just some excellent setups from MIBR to take Ancient across the line. I'm fine, John McCullough, McHenry. What's good?
Really looking forward to this decider here right now. Between these two teams, Inferno kind of not really the most common map, not the map that I was expecting to see in this decider. Both teams only playing twice in the last 3 months. but you do look at some of the results here that MIBR been able to bring, and there are two very impressive victories, right? Victory, I think, in overtime versus Cloud9, and they got another win underneath their belt. Whereas you look at the other side of things, you've got 9Z that have a victory there regionally versus a Brazilian roster, and then they also have lost to Martinez, and so, you know, maybe picking him up is going to give them that extra edge that they need on Inferno.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's an easy thing to say, but I think MIBR generally have played the higher caliber competition, and coming off the player break, I mean, maybe they have something cooked up. Of course, a lot of teams have been in the lab for the last maybe couple weeks or so, since maybe, you know, open qualifier time had begun. So getting everything prepped and ready for the major. Let's see if MIBR are saving any strats or not here on Inferno. Again, a win here would get them into the finals for a spot at IEM Chengdu 2024. A really huge accomplishment here for MIBR, who are trying to make these international events over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they kind of ended off last year. Consistency in these international events and doing well in them. It's going to be a goal for them coming up here in the start of 2024, right? You want to lock yourself a position out of IEM, start things off successfully out of the gates. That's a momentum starter for the beginning of your year that leads you into things like the RMRs, the open qualifiers, or rather close qualifiers, I should say. Which is all huge priorities for this team. Whereas 9Z, you come through with little roster changes. I think they've already shown some fantastic success with Martinez, with what he's been able to do. Obviously, a tough second map for them not being able to close things out, but they still made it very entertaining. So, again, if they can prove themselves on map 3, that'll be a real proof of concept for this roster.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and have to see it, of course, from the guys over at 9Z. I think they had moments. They really did have moments. Max almost caught lightning in a bottle there with a couple of just crazy rounds where he's just running through smokes. But eventually MIPR started to, you know, get their finger on the pulse and understand the plays that 9Z were wanting to do and just hard countering. We saw Crossfires waiting the next round for that exact play.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun to see that sort of reaction come through off the back of like a timeout from MIBR here. It seems like they're so easily able to identify their weak points and adapt on the fly in these like halfway mid-half situations here. That's so impressive from this team here. Again, it gives a lot of credit to the leadership here, the people that are watching these games. I mean, the coach there, of course, in Bit, that's probably calling a lot of these adjustments as well. So MIBR clearly doing a lot of good work here and wanting to extend that into a third map, lock themselves a position in that finals. Of course, here, loser not going to be exiting the tournament, but are going to be playing up against Sharks here, whether it's MIBR in a rematch or 9Z getting to test their mettle up against that team.
Yeah, we'll have to go ahead and see, but 9Z are also in an excellent position to perhaps pull off a bit of an upset here and kind of ruin the start of the season for MIBR. We'll see. Down middle we go here on the drop. Instant gush and the finisher there on the DGT. And then Safe and Insani open up as well. Luckily, Huaso Peak has got a double, but I don't think that's enough here, Cole. MIBR looks so good on these pistol rounds. I don't even think they've lost one this series.
I don't know. I don't think they have either. They've been super consistent. Maybe on Nuke.
I'll check in.
When 9Z got off to a pretty decent start. That's the only one I can imagine. But the pistols over the entire event so far have been unbelievable. That number, that consistency, only losing a 1v3 in that last series. Incredible. But Martinez, look at this. Hold on.
He's in right position.
He's in a perfect spot right now.
Right position. Oh, everyone's in front of him. He's almost on for the 1v3. Oh, man. Drop right around the corner. Gets the spot in. Martinez, I mean, he feels the opportunity for a clutch, but drop. Oh, he's trying to mind game this one. He's hoping Martinez would leave this A site. Taking his time about this one. 40 seconds to think about it. I think it's time to get a move on to that B end.
Yeah, can just book it now. Martinez, well, perfectly rerouting, man. This guy in the clutch situations, you just can't count him out. For a second there, you and I were chopping this one up to be a guaranteed MIBR round in the 1v3, but again, you see Martinez left into the server in a clutch situation in this series in particular, and you just cannot count this guy out right now. Still tough, though. Drop pretty healthy versus Martinez, low on HP and without armor and without a kit.
Yeah, he just has to full sprint, but Drop does give up the game pretty early on. I mean, Martinez is going to charge forward for the fight, and he knows where Drop is. Gonna go for the fade on the defuse, and he gets it! Does he have time? Oh, this will be a really big thing. Does Martinez seriously pull this off? Oh my goodness, Cole. He's actually done it. He pulled off the 1 versus 3 around the world marathon retake.
I mean, I thought that was unlosable. Drop just had to hide. Use the full 20 seconds that Martinez had to rotate over and clear his spot. But Martinez rotates in and instantly spots where Drop is because he peeks out behind New Box. That gives over the entire retake right there. That makes it so much more possible. His odds go way up. Martinez pulling off what we thought was impossible there multiple different times.
And it's so,
I don't know how he does it.
It's so insane. He takes about 20 seconds to get to the site, which means he has about 10 seconds to get the kill so he can get the defuse. And he did it. That is one of the most unlikely 1 versus 1 clutches I've ever seen.
Yeah, 1v1 to end it. 1v3 overall right there. I mean, unlikely 1v3 as he loses his whole A-side approach. His whole A-side drops instantly in the beginning of the round. Peak does a good job of giving his teammate just enough. And I mean, MIBO, that's a frustrating start to this map here. That is so incredibly infuriating, knowing that Martinez is right back to his winning ways here. Right back to what closed out a map for this 9Z team. Has flared up again here in map 3.
Oh yeah, he's back. We do have a force buy-in from MIVR. Now AKs, plenty of rifles, and even a decent amount of utility to work some map control. 2 flashes, 2 smokes. Facing off against just the singular molly, and that's over towards the A site. There's some vulnerabilities in this defense.
Gonna capitalize on those. Again, you look at that B side here left with only 2 MP9s, and you really don't like their odds. They are getting a little help though. Martinez just in time is making the rotates. 20 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what it comes down to. The smokes are in time, and the flash is there too. Max can't even get the initial kill. And this could just be entries here for MIBR, and they'll have it their way. Bomb plant in, and a force buy victory very likely now as DGT, nice shot admittedly, but not going to be going for this any day of the week. MIBR, clean execute.
That's what they needed there. Some instant redemption for the lost round. We'll find it. Very quickly managing to force 9Z out of that B-bomb site there. Not a bad idea to try and, you know, dive through the smoke if you're Martinez, but again, your 2 site defenders, all the tools that they have are a flashbang and 2 MP9s. So if you're going to make that play, you have to have distractions coming from your site players, and they pretty quickly fell or hid back in towards the new box. So he gets spotted out early, taken care of early, and not MIBR find themselves equalized once again.
So 9Z dragged into the force buy, and this is kind of a nightmare situation as the CT end, because you're gonna have no money basically for the rest of the half if you falter in this one. Again, loss bonus is basically nothing for the CTs. Either gonna need to save all your weapons here or win this round convincingly.
Here for DGT, gonna be putting a little bit of pressure on himself to do all of the heavy lifting.
What's going on in the apartments right now? I think we just have a little double setup.
One on
There's
top
this
of the
elevated angle.
Yeah, been seeing that a lot. Sometimes oppers will post up on the deep angle and shoot through their teammates' legs right there. It's really fun.
that feels a bit unfair. And look who's gonna test it. Insani. Walking up with the teammate and drop. You'd have to think he's good for it. On the angle though, 5-7, first bullet. Gets the first and running, spraying backwards. Does not want any piece of that. DGT trying to nail the timing. Can't quite get it. Wasopi's gonna try and get himself into position, and he'll get deleted by Safe instead. And here we go. Nightmare situation here for 9Z.
Find themselves onto a free bomb plant right there in the 4v2. And you know those A-side retakes. Something that the MP9 and Deagle can test. So 9Z gonna call it a save, call it a day. And steady themselves here. This is great for MIBR though. Again, to talk about the start to this map, it would be incredibly difficult to mentally. And I know this team has a strong mentality, right? They're not ones to give up super easy. But to start this one off in the way that they did is infuriating. But to shake that off there, bounce back so quickly.
Terrorists win.
It's pretty impressive here.
Yeah. I will have to say again, 9Z in the financial hole to start off this game. You know, I feel like 9Z have always had to play from behind in every single opening situation. They just can't get a good hold of the first 4 rounds. Albeit no team has been able to do that versus MIBR today. Sharks got quickly mopped up. And while Nuke was a bit of a better story for 9Z, MIBR and them pistol rounds certainly working in their favor.
Yeah, it's something that they use here to full effect. The pistol consistency here again in today is definitely something to note. When you're a team that puts a lot of work in, usually those pistols are something you'll also be able to test out quite a bit. And they've had a lot of different good game plans here to win those pistols on a consistent basis here. 4 players are ready to collapse.
Oh boy!
Walking into the meat grinder here. You go. Multiple kills there coming through from Max with the MP9, and it's now up to Martinez to find 1 or 2 kills here, even one in some damage, and that could really help out.
Or even just surviving. Even just surviving. Already the rotate has begun to arrive. Smoke to be deployed. Martinez kind of locked out here in the site. Gonna get cleared, but through the smoke they go. But Insani transfers the full spray to every single player. DGT probably to back off and save. Insani has scared them all off.
Insani saves the day at just the right time right there. If Insani's not in the back of sight, finding that kill onto Martinez, getting those players lined up around the smoke, that could have been disastrous for MIBR. It could have been another round that you're just furious about letting slip right there. A great idea coming through from 9Z, but just not enough firepower to finish the job, complete the mission. So DGT with an AK in his hands, very valuable. A smart idea to call it a save. And Max, he gets 3 MP9 kills, so that's an extra $1,800 that can really go a long way.
It's gonna probably turn into an op. Martinez definitely wants to call that one over, so yeah, despite the cool stuff from Insani, there's a lot to talk about there for 9Z.
Yeah, and wouldn't have had the funds for an op without the 3 kills, so great round for Max. Happy that he can get some work done here, get on the board here early on Inferno, and start off what is going to be a little bit of a more stabilized gun round for 9Z with an AWP in hand for Martinez. They're star of the show so far this series, and potentially for the future.
We'll have to see what he could do, but playing a bit more of the passive line, hoping that MIBR challenge him towards middle. Also, the off angle from Wasopi, but it could be bad. Poor timing as Insani deletes him. And next in line, Drop has got DGT locked in as well. Martinez does not want any part of this. He'll find safe, but that's just a fighting retreat. This bomb plant going through, and 9Z not willing to attempt this.
And ooh.
Okay.
I don't know how much that can encourage them forward with their teammates still rotated so far. It might just be a better gun for Max to bail out with. You look at this, they have a lot of utility, sure, but Buddha's the one with the kit, and he has a long way to go. So they will call it a day. 9Z get caught off guard there. That's just a massive pace change from MIBR, who like their slow defaults, who like to play around out right there, but have the ability, they have that wherewithal to call upon a strategy like that that catches 9Z asleep at the wheel.
Terrorists win. That's just, I mean, really, really scary on the timing there. I mean, excellent entry from Insani, and then the double swing, high-low. Drop has got that one locked in, long range. And MIBR just playing a slow contact style, and you can see that they're finding all the gaps in the defense right now.
Absolutely. Being able to call upon, again, what has been an incredible bit of consistency in the calling today here. So much work being done by Exit, making sure that they find themselves in a good spot. I mean, we saw that a lot versus Sharks. It just seemed a little bit easy for MIBR to win some of these rounds with the long-term conditioning that they've been able to do. They start things off a little bit slow, maybe leads the defense to, you know, save on their utility, try and give a little bit of map control, knowing that MIBR might not be willing to take that at the start of the round, and then bam, all of a sudden, you got a full execute at 1 minute and 30 left on the clock, and you don't even know what hit you.
I mean, MIBR setting themselves up with great positioning to be able to capitalize on the picks. So at least still with the purchase, saved weapons in play, and an off of Martinez over towards that banana end. But really nothing more for 9Z but some nade damage to kick off this round.
Good space creation here taking place right now. A lot of HEs, they throw double up and towards that close cubby angle. And we'll be able to establish some brackets control, leading a lot of rotations in to help out this A side right now. Something that 9Z needed in that last round. Look at this boost.
This boost is disgusting. Oh, but DGT still clicks up for it. That is unbelievable. And then the re-clear. Buddha helps out as well. 2 kills back for 9Z. That is just unthinkable.
Buddha's got the barrel. You saw drop, I think. Either way, smokes him out. How are you prepared for that there? Unbelievable. Collapse rolls through. Works wonders for 9Z. And now they can just kind of back up into a comfortable little setup here. A simple 3-2 should do the trick. Nice smoke as well. Not a lot of options left for MIBR here in the last couple seconds of this round.
I mean, let's be real. That setup was getting destroyed anyways. Like, just made even worse. Now an execute through with just 7 seconds on the clock. Brennan got to get that play immediately and helped out by drop. Now there's a post play. Now there's a... You're telling me there's a chance for MIBR? You're telling me drop looking for this pick, though, but he can't win it. Brennan in need of a kill right now. And right now, 9Z are just not giving it to him. He'll make his way up into Graveyard. This could be an unexpected position in this post plant. Starting to work out all the angles, clear out all the stuff, and oh my goodness, Martinez deletes him. 9Z with their second round.
Fantastic composure coming through right there from 9Z in that post plant. No panic set into them at all. You do love to see there from some of these younger individuals rolling on out in this roster. MIBR pulling that one back in some fashion. It does put a scare on you, right? Again, I said 9Z, they could have fallen back into a pretty comfortable 3-2 setup. They end up kind of cheating an extra rotate, and I think that cost them a lot of space here, a lot of concern. MIBR punished effectively. Smokes tossed out there to give some space towards the middle of banana. Allow for the T side to fight back here a little bit on Inferno. Taking a lot of molly damage.
He's charging down. the B side right now with Buddha backing him up. Very loud. Just making sure that it's clear here for 9Z.
And they realize it's clear here. The concern is they spent multiple Molotovs, multiple smokes to get that space, and they do evacuate it pretty quickly here. They still stick Buddha around the jump spot, but, you know, Flash, there you go. There's that utility dispense even further. Good on Buddha, hold on to his smoke still, as they'll need that late into the round.
So yeah, still plenty of utility here for 9Z. They've held on to a lot. Still 2 smokes remaining. Now they'll start to be deployed as DGT starts his rotate.
Extra man over here towards that B side is exactly what they need here to hold on against this execute that's just ready to blow up in the face of 9Z.
Good molly, but oh, the spam's better. DGT finds a kill, and then Buddha, Hwasopi all deliver, contribute, and they don't even know where the last player is. Buddha with the USP gets another kill in there as well. And 9Z start right the ship on this map of Inferno. Exit will pick up the bomb, but surely nothing more than this. Closing down DGT through the smoke. And 9Z close the deficit to 1.
There you go. Instantly responding here. Quick reactions. Great countermeasures coming through there. I love the little flashbang that they have for that execution. Both players able to peek off the back of that flash as well. So, you know, once you get that third player over and they have the right resources, which is something we mentioned early in this, it was the second round actually, where 9Z had the players. They just didn't have the resources. This time they have a flashbang ready to throw through. They have a smoke in the face of MIBR that they have to push past, and works out much better. Oh, and what a shot! Another nasty flick. How is that even a headshot? That's how quick that flick was. You couldn't even see his mouse move.
Oh my goodness. His crosshair teleported to the head. See you later, and MIBR don't even know what to think of it. Oh, it's messy, it's madness, and it had to be a headshot too, or else that's just a tag, and Martinez follows up. Suddenly he's in library. Like, this guy is everywhere on the map. And now Bredesen facing down 3 players. There is no chance here for MIBR.
Perfect top lineup right there. Drop does get a nice flashbang. Settles the score for just a single kill. But now the score officially settled here as we tie things up 4-4. 9Z fighting their way back here round by round, led by some incredible performances from Martinez, but the Rifler is starting to step up, and you know, Martinez was one of those players that you relied upon to close out a map like Nuke, but you had to have everybody. You had to have some great performance from your rifle prowess, and we're starting to see that come through on Inferno here.
9Z just choosing to be really aggressive in their stance right now. Martinez back up to no good. No, Brennison's bought a deagle and said, hey, I can handle this guy. Martinez not going for the deep peek once again. There's some real confidence in the calling here right now from 9Z. Everyone taking some forward stances. Comparatively, when they've been playing passive, MIBR have found the gaps in their defense, so I guess I respect the decision.
Just probably wanted to, you know, find any advantage that they can off rounds like these here, where you can maybe bait some utility out. You get extra change taken out of the pockets here of 9Z any way possible. Are leaning over towards the apartment side of things. You do love a good eco waterfall. Could be a lot of fun. Could be dangerous.
And with a couple pop flashes, let's see if it can work here for MIBR. Peak on the hold, turns it though, and there's a quick triple kill. And this round is very over. Wasso Peak, the $ in his name as he pockets $1,200 a kill reward. Make it an ace. How about that?
Lovely stuff. Smile in his face right there as he locks in all of those sweet, sweet eeks. They funnel on into him. Those rounds can be dangerous, but that's only if you fall to the pistols right there. He stands tall. Holds his line. We've got 5 rounds here. Lead taken back for the first time since that pistol, since Martinez ripped it away from MIBR. Now they're back into the driver's seat with 4 in a row of their own. Oh my god, look at this.
This guy is a maniac. He gets the kill, but not escaping this one. Now breaking open the smoke as well. DGT continues to battle, but will lose out on that fight. And MIBR now with full bracket side control. Wasopeak in some trouble.
Yeah, this is a little too concerning right now. Safe is closing it, but they do have quick rotates. This has been heard.
This has all been heard. Look at this. Just a post up there. And there's the entire team spotted out by Buddha. But there's nothing 9Z can really do to capitalize on this. Max will walk into library and just get uppercutted by Safe. And MIBR bring the same pace and hand it right back to 9Z. Just Wasopeak will get the 1 kill, but this is a save every day of the week. This is looking to be 5-all, and we're going neck and neck on these maps again.
Fitting so far, man. Fitting so far. Again, MIBR coming through as our favorites here in this tournament, but 9Z showing what they're made of here with some new pickups in the offseason. Some exciting pickups in the offseason as we've seen so far, and definitely getting that output here. I love that, you know, they needed to have an answer for Martinez and these aggressive maneuvers right there. And MIBR willing to fight fire with fire. Safe doesn't back away from that fight and is able to trade out his teammate right there. If you let Martinez get that kill, get that play, and bail, imagine the confidence. His head just starts to swell as he continues to show up these performances.
Yeah, just it gets too big of a head. Gets too ahead of yourself. Too confident.
That's what you want from your opper too.
I mean, it certainly is. Martinez not necessarily the type of player to get shut down with just a single kill. I mean, he got his 1, so he might say, hey, if things work out a little bit differently, maybe I could get some help. We'll see. He's going back to middle again, this time with DGT. He calls for backup here. DGT to run down Safe. He's just gonna go fire in the hole, baby! And Safe burns, and then he gets the next as well. This is just absolute lunacy we're seeing right now from 9Z. And Zani will hand it back to the smoke, and a great nade to break it. To find DGT, but maniacal double kill there from DGT.
Oh man, electric right there. That's DGT getting sent to the Wolves, but coming out, scratching his way for 2 kills. At least a trade here, but think about what you have to do. They've just thrown a massive wrench in the game plan here of MIBR, taking down 2 players like that. You're never going to be able to call the same idea that you wanted out of the start of this round here. You got to readjust if you're the likes of Exit.
Yeah, double swing impending here for Buddha. And then there's the follow. Wasopeak, the double setup. Working out nicely here. And the round just ends. Martinez also inside on top of Graveyard watching apartments as well. Raw confidence from 9Z, 6-5.
Like you said, I mean, just having an extra rifle there to back things up there big time. Maybe our caught surprised by the just brazen nature of this 9Z team, loving to get in their face, disrupt the game plan here. I think that's so perfect for what MIBR want to do as well. If you're able to stop the flow of the calling here, they could shut down. Fast up towards B.
Oh, Buddha will stand his ground there for just a kill. DGT is also here. Fast rotation, making sure it doesn't go down too early, and Max just barely gets the spray across. Will survive somehow, helped out by DGT, just staying alive barely for his teammates to provide support. MIBR trying to turn up the gas, and they meet DGT. What a wallbang there. Yeah, he's 1 HP, and he starts landing more shots as well. Might try that one more often here for the rest of 9Z. They like those kind of rounds. They're up 7-5 at the half. so we are off. 9Z winning 6 of the last 7 towards the end of that half to get themselves a solid lead in front of them. Fidro, McCall, Extra, McHenry. Can 9Z finally get themselves off to a good start in this half and maybe pull off the upset here versus MIBR? Well, they're facing off against the dreaded Dooley, so we'll have to see.
Little silent boost here. Can be deadly, but Safe is watching this angle so intently, and yeah, 1 bullet out of his Doolies. Sends 2 right there to make sure the job's completed. But now that gives you some certain information that there's a couple players that you have to deal with around that corner.
Martinez taking forward. The dual Beretta is starting to chip away as well. Martinez not really wanted to tango with that one too much. And it, dissuades them a bit.
Be careful here. You don't want to give IBR another big clutch to try and make sure that Martinez gets you out of. That's not coming through all that often, and MIBR have been very crisp on these pistols. They've nearly forced him in towards this B side, but only 2 players are here, so I'm not sure about the commitment levels here for 9Z.
Yeah, DGT just searching for a bit of a peek off the jiggle. But instead, it's a walk up here from 9Z. They're long gone. But Safe, also the off angle from up top on the balcony. Does have to be aware of what's beneath him. Starts to ring out for the picks, and drop will be good for it, but the entries eventually are there. That allows for a bomb plant.
There you go. Quick trades right there. 2 for 2 on the site, and this is an A-side retake that they have to move quickly on.
We're going fast, though, and Max is going to start cutting them down just as quickly. There's another gush. Max gets all 3. A 4K on the retake without taking a bullet. And 9Z finally pick up a pistol.
Yeah, I mean, getting another one in this map here. First of all, Martinez in that first one pulling off a massive clutch, and then you have Max stepping up here with a huge 4K, deciding that he wants to assert some dominance here as well. What an insane round there. I mean, the 2 dualies right there should be strong enough to hold off. If you would have seen maybe Safe back off there, back in towards apartments, it could have been even more difficult there, but they find some really quick trades on the side of 9Z in a fashion in which I did not expect it. Break past the strong setup. They ease past the 2v3 pose plant. MIBR left onto a full eco. 9Z could find themselves a 9th round.
Finally, potential for a just runaway game for 9Z. They've always had to start off struggling in every single one of their halves. First half of this one, yeah, they got the pistol, but got 4 spot on. MIBR won 4 rounds in a row. I mean, it could have been a completely different story if they converted versus that force, and now they're just staring down a full eco. The odds are like 98% to win this round, and probably now 100 as the A site's empty.
Absolutely.
Cole?
Not gonna walk into the USP tower.
If it was NA, I'd give it like 95%, only likely.
Well, you gotta farm those eeks. Sometimes when you go farming, there's little mishaps with the tools.
The crops fight back.
The crops, they bite back. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like Plants vs. Zombies.
Yeah, yeah.
I love that game.
In this case, we're the zombies.
I mean, they have that game mode in that game. I'm just saying.
I didn't know that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, you can play as the zombies a little bit. And certainly feasting on them. No lawnmowers in sight.
Gotta get on there. It's a good playing game.
Kinda is.
Traveling.
You're kinda spitting. Yeah.
Hop on the Steam Deck. Rock some PVZ.
I'm sure they have it on like mobile.
They have it on mobile.
Hashtag not.
But what would I use that Steam Deck for?
There are a lot of like better games you could probably play on the Steam Deck, if I'm being real. You can play CS too.
PVZ.
You could be watching the demo of the IEM Chengdu 2024 South America Close Qualifier. You could be doing that.
That'd be
Just
actually
saying.
pretty cool. That's a good idea for the future.
Demo review? You know what's like something cool?
I wonder I wonder if you can, either way.
All right, quit our yapping. We're up for an upset here, potentially. If 9Z can pick this one up, it could be devastating, but Bredesen gets caught off guard. The flashes are excellent from Wasop, escorting in a double kill from DGT.
They look to stick around here to take a fight. Desperate times here for MIBR. They find themselves down 5v3 right now. Not as easy as they'd like, right? They're rolling up banana, thinking that it was all clear. They're turning their attention away for a split second. Like you said, getting that supportive utility. It's going to leave them in a incredibly trying position. And 9Z are in no rush here. Overextend. And trying to finish this round towards the B bomb site. I mean, you're 5v1. 4v1 rather, with a single lurk.
How this one goes, it's just a complete full execute right now, and Sonny can't do anything to stop the smoke either, so 9Z can basically walk up for free. And Sonny maybe to make a play through the smoke, but that's like putting the game on the line. Now he reveals his position, so this will be a simple plant for Wasop and likely a save for MIBR. 10-5, but Buddha won't let him.
Chase is in, successfully made right there from Buddha. Just adding an extra kill there. One less gun we brought to the table. And dude, the potential for more damage. I mean, look how hot Buddha is on their heels. They probably think they're around in towards pit right now, which is maybe going to provide some extra security. But either way, 9Z on to 10. Like you said, the potential here for a runaway game taking place right now, putting a real scare on MIBR, who would have to go back to taking on the Sharks.
Well, I mean, they're closing in right now. Max is going to be able to clean up one rifle.
Oh, no.
And drop. Very fortunate to hold on to that gun. I mean, that could have just been curtains on the map. Let's be real.
I mean, saving one gun, it still kind of feels that deadly. What does MIBR want to do here? Lean on some of those timeouts that have been so effective. But I mean, so far, not a massive sample size as to what 9Z have been throwing at them. I mean, that's the first gun round that we just saw, and essentially, you just got blasted by a single man there on a double entry, and that was the round. It was curtains from that point. So I don't even know if MIBR know what they need to do to fix things up, to stabilize.
There's one opportunity and drop. Buddha starts to step forward, maybe, but oh my goodness, drop instead. Pop flash with Insani. The one grenade they realistically had, the one playmaking opportunity, gives them a double.
That's unbelievable. That's exactly what they needed here. MIBR to inspire some new life. They still will look to take it away, though. And Sonny gets caught trying to pick up a weapon. It does leave only a single USP on this A site.
It's not over. It's not over yet. Drop, though, long range will reveal his position, but he's just trying to bait for Safe. If Safe can get something done with the USP, hold still, please. Hold still, darn it. And he'll get it in, but just the dink. Not enough for the kill. And advantage goes back to 9Z.
That's just so incredibly impossible to deal with right there. Like you said, just hold still, let me fire away. I think one of his bullets also got blocked by the balcony right there, so that could have been the difference maker, but instead Buddha able to turn and burn 2 players. That's going to lead to a 2-player save here for MIBR. Nice effort. I mean, just lovely from drop to try and find the space his teammates needed, but not enough firepower from the remaining members of MIBR to break past that.
I mean, a great effort, a great idea, but you know, you have to convert all the rest of the kills in the round 2. And 9Z make a good call that Drop's trying to move around and rotate. They wait, and they find the right opportunity to strike. So, this could just be MIBR's last laugh here. If they lose in this round, they're out of cash. This is the last goodbye they got in their tank.
Exactly right there. Not a lot left here. Running on fumes at the moment for MIBR. They would need some incredible consistency, something big to get them back into things here. Again, not elimination necessarily, but Not a position where you want to be in. That lower brackets. See if they can find their footing here. Try and make this come back up on the CT side.
Smoke at least towards a half wall, but Max does not look like he's going to respect that whatsoever. It's a flashbang through. Are they going to slingshot into the site as well?
Execution here. 4 flashes around that corner. Met by a smoke, but they're not going to respect this smoke either, or are they? Slowing things down, but look at that damage straight through it. Brittinson down to 5 HP. Put on notice early. Finally, 9Z just breathe a quick pause in this action.
They're gonna go. And without any more utility on this B site, 2 mollies drop in, exit. Forced over towards the back of the site. A flashbang from Insani and a nade to the smoke. But exit immediately traded, and he uses that against the Buddha, flying through the defense. He even gets the last. A triple entry for the young gun of 9Z. Plant to go through, and series point 7 of them for 9Z. What an unexpected situation we're in.
I mean, Buddha, what an incredible round, and what a time to step up to the plate right there. Instant trade, but doesn't just stop there, right? He takes it a whole mile past it right there. HEing the smoke open, finds a pick towards CT, blasts him out of the server, turns his attention towards exit, and finds one. I mean, just fantastic stuff coming through overall. And
Safe's cooked.
Is so gone here. Oh, might turn it to in time.
Oh, but he misses the shot now and drop a molly. Try to hold on to this, but the hunting party is after you, DGT. Considering the drop down, Safe will hold on to that AW. He's even going for the swing. Oh, he finds it.
He got it.
Yeah, well, it's some tick, and he got him on the last millisecond there.
Oh. It's a nice little fun shot there to finish things off, but it doesn't make you feel much better. I mean, at least you are bringing it up into another round, but 7 now required in a row. Again, not impossible, but in the current position here, I don't know what exactly can stop this 9Z team from calling curtains on this map and on this series.
Oh, boy. No, and Safe just gets dropped immediately. I don't even think there was a shot fired. Just a nade plus molly combo, and he didn't get to play Counter-Strike.
Yeah, reading into that very well. Blasting him out of the server before he could ever try for a pick right there. It's devastating. And now he's got to watch from the sideline as the rest of his roster tries to pick up the piece of this 4v5.
And it's going to come down to some re-aggression from MIBR. A flash, swing middle.
Nothing. Nothing spotted out here. They're going to Halls pop, and I feel like they're going to start to see MIBR gamble towards that B site. Maybe not. They just throw some smokes.
Time to hold off the apartments play. A 1-for-1. Brennizen taps down the next, though, and everything spotted out. The hand played here for MIBR. Can there be a comeback effort from 9Z pushing forward? Martinez spots one. Even ready for the next. Around the corner, and Sani's got it in, and MIBR might stay alive for just a moment longer. They lose that opening pick, but it still works in their favor.
Fantastic recovery coming through there. That's MIBR not for extending on some of those rotates that you would understand if they wanted to. In a 4v5, that's typically where you want to call some of the gambles. But off that little flash play towards mid, they buy enough time, they keep their composure on that A side, and INC come through with a really good idea, diving out towards apartments, but walk into 3 players in 4v5 and don't really have the resources to manage that.
All right, but still plenty of cash in the reserves for 9Z to give it another try. We have this little smoke from drop off the spawn. Maybe some middle ideas on the table for MIBR. we have this swing here from Exit. Taking a peek down bottom banana, but nothing will give. Just yet. Instead, it's 9Z working this apartment's control, and MIBR don't want to have any of it. They will leave it to 9Z.
I want to go ahead, give that space over here. Flash to try and buy some time there. Gets an op shop popped off. That's a lot of information, a lot of sound cues here.
Look at the rotate.
Again, there's only 2 players on this A side. They're going to try and run maybe that same ball.
Boy, Max!
What?
Oh, he just nails the timing. Brenison wasn't prepared for it. Sure, the frag is back there from Exit, but there's still 2 players just as the Halls pop begins to walk on out. Drop, spots the player. DGT also gets the entry as well. Traded by Buddha, and the plant is in. A 2v2.
Oh my god. 2v2 here, a chance to stay alive right now for MIBR, but they have to pull off an incredible retake. Martinez has one cut off. He will take care of safe, and it's just on the back of Exit now to save his roster.
To try and keep his team in that upper bracket, to deny the upset from 9Z, who are debuting this tournament as well. Such a huge scalp to take for them. Exit can certainly do it. Spots out the first on a Buddha, will run him down for the kill, but it's planted out in the open, and Exit with no utility just needs the defuse to bait it out, but he runs out of ammunition, and who else but Martinez to close it down for 9Z. 15-6 at the end of it, and a massive upset to lock in the finals position for 9Z.
That's an absolutely electric upset right there coming through from 9Z. Again, bringing in a new player here and proving themselves in a 3-map series versus a roster that has put so much work, not only coming into this event, but all of last season, constantly getting those reps in Europe as well. So a lot to be excited about, and Martinez clearly putting on a clinic here for his squad, which leaves us a lot to be excited about. They could be the team that's gunning for that spot.
Yeah, we have questions about, you know, 9Z and the consistency there from Martinez round to round, but this was, you know, his series, all things said. I think he really dictated the pace for his own team. Like, he put the win in his team's sails by making so many of these plays happen, and then Inferno was just a solid map from 9Z overall.
Yeah, no question about it. There's a lot to be excited about here. We'll go ahead and take a look at things run down and how things have shaped up so far, because as we said throughout that map, things aren't quite over for the likes of MIBR. They'll still be finding themselves in a rematch versus Sharks, who pulled off a really incredible comeback versus Red Cannons in that second map, making it a 2-0 and eliminating them in that lower bracket. So we'll get that rematch here and another trial for Sharks to go through.
Yeah, I mean, really big opportunity here for Sharks to come back through, but MIBR have been in this position in, like, all of their open qualifiers, or closed qualifiers rather, is that, you know, they never have a clean road to victory. The South American competition is fierce, and 9Z debuting, you know, Martinez and still playing with a newer player in Huaso Peak are able to take down one of Brazil's most experienced teams, bar Furia.
Yeah, no question about it. Leaves a lot to be excited about. Really looking forward to seeing if they can continue to bring this performance to the table, and you know, if they overall can try and close things up, because like you said, experience is something that we don't see MIBR lack at all. They have that experience, and again, I think that they've kind of gotten a little bit of a glimpse of that with Martinez and some of the clutches and some of the situation that he's put for his team.
Yeah, really huge victory here for 9Z, able to pick this one up over MIBR. But again, they're going to play tomorrow for a chance to make it into IEM Chengdu, which could be, I mean, what an incredible achievement on your very first tournament for 9Z. But of course, you know, there might be a rematch on the cards between them and MIBR. We'll have to see, but that all goes down tomorrow, Cole.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, I mean, not going to want to miss some of that action. We got a lot of exciting stuff take place tomorrow, and of course, appreciate you all watching. We know we have a lot of exciting action, and of course, that little tech pause that we had earlier, we appreciate all of you sticking around for that. Something you're not going to want to miss.
Yeah, so that's going to do it here for today on the mainstream for the IEM Chengdu 2024 South American closed qualifiers. Tomorrow, we decide who gets a slot to go overseas towards China and truly experience the Counter-Strike culture there. Well, on behalf of myself, Cole Ector McHenry, the admin and production squad, thank you guys so much for watching, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but